Everybody, how you doing? My name's Jim, and I'm here to tell you some news. We got a bunch of good stories. Yes, this dude had some awesome commercials, some really awesome commercials. He really does. What's up? Let's see who's here tonight, everybody. What's up? None of your business. How you doing? Great to see you. Mr. Stinky Sean's also here. G Sharkman, awesome to see you. Delay is obvious. Steve Hilliard. Wrench Turner's here too. What's up, man? How's it going? Jay Schwartz is here. Pat Hacker's here. How you doing? NASCAR Mo's here. What's up? Brenda Ty. Awesome. I'll try to tell you a few things. Kelly's here. What's up? How you doing? Delay is obvious. Also, Finch. Good to see you. Lynn P. Pratt is killing it with his ads. Yeah, he's pretty good. You'd never know that Spencer Pratt was a douchebag on MTV's reality show The Hill, 20 years ago? I wonder if he's still married to Heidi Montag. I don't know. I never watched any of those shows, so I really don't know. What's up, Snarf? Good to see you. Tom Bravo. Evening. No hockey tonight. So an evening with Jim. Well, that's awesome. We got some good stories tonight. We got great news coming out of Colorado. Tina Peters, the sentence was commuted. I mean, it would have been nice if she was just pardoned and just released, but her sentence was commuted. So it looks like she's going to get out like June 1st of this year. So a couple weeks she's out of jail. That's good news. Better news than anything. California banned Kars4Kids ads. You know that 1877 Kars4Kids, Kars, Kars4Kids. They banned that because they found out that it was actually run by a Jewish organization and that their money was going to help like Orthodox Jews and stuff. And so they said you can't do that, I guess, in California. You're not allowed to raise money. I don't know. So we're going to look into that and see what the deal is, because to me, that seems like it might be a blatant violation of the First Amendment. But hey, what do I know? Also in Texas, the first ever detransitioner medical center for kids, detransitioner center for people that are trans, they're going to detransition. First ever medical center for that's going to open in Texas. And it looks like maybe we're going to indict Raul Castro, Fidel Castro's brother. And then plus a bunch of other news stories, stuff about China, Trump, building stuff, the ballroom, the triumphant arch, spies that defected to Iran. Tons of other news stories. I got like 30 news stories that we could cover tonight, and we'll see how we go, because like always, there's a goal. For every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Ko-fi, Cash App, PayPal, Super Tips, Kick and Twitch memberships, and Locals coins. We add it all up and we hit $100. We add an additional hour. And then for each additional $100 that comes in, we add another additional hour to the show. So the show could be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5, 6, 8, 12, 10, 37, whatever you guys want it to be. And then when we hit 50, we activate the Bella Vision for the evening. There's the Bella. She's the Bella Vision. when we hit 50. Or if any individual person donates $25 or greater, and that could be like, a Cash App, a PayPal, a super tip, super chat, or it could be like 5 gifted memberships on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, whatever like that. We add it all up. If we get 25, we activate Bellavision. And then it doesn't have to be all at once. Like if one person donates a 10 and the same person donates another 10 and then they donate a 5 or something like that, I would add that up and I would automatically activate Bellavision for the evening. So let me fix her camera. There she is. That looks better, right? There she is. There's Miss Bella. So that's what's going to happen. All right. How much for Bella to do a trick? For 50, Bella will flip over. She'll flip over for 50. 17 years married for Spencer and Heidi. Not bad for LA. That's right. What's up, Sunshine? Great to see you. Catherine K. Awesome to have you here. America Jane. What's up? Terry. Good to see you. Woodham. What's up, man? How you doing? Cindy. Hey, how's it going? Great to see you here. All right. So let's jump right into the first news story of the evening. What do we say? What do we say? What do we say? What do we say? Mm-hmm. All right, let's do it. Let's do this. Breaking news. Election whistleblower Tina Peters will be soon released from prison, receiving clemency from Colorado Governor Jared Polis, per CNN. Incredible news. Prayers and pressure work. Tina will immediately be freed. Patriots from across the country have been relentlessly fighting for her release, along with President Trump and Representative Lauren Boebert. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to settle down now. I feel a little hysterical after being gone for so long. Well, what do you mean? What are you talking about? What you talking about? We finally won that fight. Let's see. Is there a video here part of this? I guess there is a video here. Let's see.
Our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail.
Why? So quiet.
Jail because she caught people
Why is this not working?
cheating on an election, and
what is going on? Why is my volume booster not working? What is going on? Hold on. Something happened here. There we go. Wow. All right, let's see if this works. Sorry, folks. I don't know what's going on here.
Our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail, in a high-intensity jail, because she caught people cheating on an election, and they said she was cheating. She wasn't cheating. She went over, she looked at one of the election scams going on, and because she did that, they put her in jail for 9 years. The governor of Colorado is a weak and pathetic man who was run by Tren de Aragua, the criminals from Venezuela, took over sections of Colorado, and he was afraid to do anything. But he puts Tina in jail for 9 years because she caught people cheating. And when she walked over and
hey, what's up, Kofi? How you doing?
They said
I did see that story.
Cheating on the election, 2020, along with a lot of other people that cheated on that election. You'll see that coming out more and more. But there's no doubt that America's adversaries are trafficking fentanyl.
Yeah, it's maxed out. There's nothing I can do about it. It's just whoever made this, it's a shitty recording. So let's see. God bless.
our wonderful Tina to come out of a jail.
We do begin with, and we have a lot to get to today at 3 o'clock. We do begin with some breaking news. Just into our newsroom today, Governor Jared Polis announcing clemency, pardons, and commutations for dozens of people, including former Mesa County Clerk Tina Peters, who is now granted a commutation of her remaining sentence. The 70-year-old former Mesa County Clerk was convicted and sentenced for tampering with election equipment. The move comes after President Donald Trump repeatedly lobbied for Peters to be released. Back in January, he claimed that he issued a pardon for Peters, but the move was legally meaningless because she was convicted on state, not federal charges.
This is controversial, to say the least. Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold responding to that breaking news just moments ago, in fact, within the last 10 minutes, saying, quote, "This clemency grant to Tina Peters is an affront to our democracy, the people of Colorado, and election officials across the country. The governor's actions today will validate and embolden the election denial movement."
Jenna Griswold needs to be put in jail. Jenna Griswold is the one who broke the law. Jenna Griswold is the one who broke the law. Jenna Griswold is the one who broke the law. She needs to go to jail. This is crazy. That's right. Always the stocks. What's up, Diamond G? Great to see you. Hey, Low Watermark. Awesome to have you here tonight.
And leave a grant to Tina Peters is an affront to our democracy, the people of Colorado, and election officials across the country. The governor's actions today will validate and embolden the election denial movement and leave a dark, dangerous imprint on American democracy for years to come.
And just a few moments ago, Attorney General Phil Weiser weighing in too, saying in part, quote, Governor Polis's commutation of Tina Peters' sentence is mind-boggling and wrong as a matter of basic justice. He went on to say, quote, caving in to this president will only lead to more abuse from the bullying Trump administration. Today is a sad day for Colorado and the rule of law. Peters is set to be released on parole on June 1st.
But yeah, see, these are these demon rats. They want people to die in jail. Here, Governor Polis is going to explain why he did it.
First at 5, Tina Peters is getting out of prison. Today, Governor Jared Polis announcing that he is granting her clemency.
The 70-year-old former election clerk was convicted for her role in an election security breach back in 2021. She was sentenced to 9 years and would have been eligible for parole in 2028. Now she'll be granted parole June 1st of this year.
All new at 5, we have a new statement from Peters about this decision. It reads in part, quote, "Thank you, Governor Jared Polis. I made mistakes, and for those, I am sorry. 5 years ago, I misled the Secretary of State when allowing a person to gain access to county voting equipment. That was wrong." President Trump has been very vocal about releasing Tina Peters from prison. Moments after the clemency announcement was made, he posted "Free Tina" on Truth Social.
Also new at 5, Fox 31 asked Governor Polis about why he made this decision to grant Peters clemency. Here's what he had to say.
You have somebody who committed a crime, and I am completely opposed to a pardon for that crime, 4 felonies. But what the appeals court found, and I agree, is that the reason the sentencing was so unusual and harsh for a first-time nonviolent offender was that her political viewpoints, her conspiracy theory beliefs were unfortunately taken into account in the sentencing. That should not occur.
Meanwhile, Colorado Secretary of State Jenna Griswold has been very vocal about Tina Peters' conviction and election tampering. She did not mince words while talking about today's decision.
Condemn Governor Polis's clemency grant. It is a gross injustice to our—
Look at this person. Look at those eyes. This is a crazy, deranged woman who should be in prison. She should be in a mental hospital. Not Tina Peters. This person. This person passed out the codes. This person authorized hiding evidence, deleting evidence. That's why they went after Tina, because she had the proof that they cheated. That's why. That's why all this happened. They go after the people who are whistleblowers, who know the truth. That's right. Damn demon rats. Yep. She ain't right. That's right. Tina's not guilty of any crime. In my opinion, she's not. She's not. She followed the law. Truth is conspiracy now. Yeah. That's how they feel. That's what they do. That's how they do.
elections, election workers, and democracy with far-reaching consequences. The dark day for democracy. Selling out our state's justice system for Trump is an affront to the rule of law.
Many officials have been sharing their thoughts on today's decision. You can read more reaction on KDVR.com. We're also set up to talk with Tina Peters' lawyer. We're going to have that interview and more reaction tonight on Fox 31 News at 9.
Yeah. So Governor Polis on Friday commuted a sentence of election integrity advocate Tina Peters following pressure from Donald Trump. The latest instance of the president. Nope. See, this is all bullshit. This is not what fucking happened. The appeals court said that the sentence was extreme. So this is all bullshit. A dark day for democracy is all the buzzwords. Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. Her eyes are not good, I believe. That's what, not, is it not hood or not good? I want to say, since the G is right next to the H, he probably went to type a G and it came up an H. That's my opinion. So in April, Colorado appeals court upheld her conviction, but ordered Peters to be resentenced because it said the judge who sent her to prison wrongly punished her for speaking out about election fraud, a decision that Polis praised. In a letter to Peters, Polis wrote that Peters was convicted of serious crimes and deserved to spend time in prison. However, this is extremely unusual and lengthy sentence for a first-time offender who committed nonviolent crimes. Yeah. Just exactly what they did to the people after exactly what they did to the people after, January 6th. These people that didn't really break the law, they tried to throw them in jail for years and years and years. Peters has been serving her sentence at a prison in Pueblo after being convicted in 2024 by jurors in Mesa County. Peters snuck in an outside computer expert to make a copy of the county's voting system election computer server. After Peters joined Lindell on stage at a cyber symposium that promised to reveal proof of election rigging. After the commutation, Peter issued a statement to returning, thanking Polis and apologizing. 5 years ago, I misled, and I wouldn't admit it. I mean, I guess you got to do what you got to do to get the commutation. Like maybe this was part of it. She also condemned the threats of violence against voters, county clerks, and election workers. Michael Bennett, a demon rat running for Colorado governor, said he vehemently disagreed with the commutation that Peters knowingly broke the law. Well, let's see, Colorado, you're going to vote for the scumbag that thinks a 75-year-old lady or whatever should be locked up for the rest of her life because she thought there was some shenanigans, so she wanted to have proof of it before it was all erased. I mean, that's what happened. See this? Feds foiling chilling ISIS plot, Michigan. I don't know if I have that. Let me see. No, I didn't see that. I'll get to that. I will pull that up in a second. So thank you, Gundam. Peters was convicted of state, not federal crimes. Trump lambasted both Polis, calling him a scumbag governor, and the Republican district attorney who prosecuted her, Daniel Rubenstein, for keeping Peters in prison. He referred to Peters as an elderly and sick. Earlier this year, Trump uninvited Polis from the White House meeting. The president said Colorado is suffering a big price for refusing to release her. Executive director of the Colorado Clerks Association said the commutation signals that it's open season on our election and election officials. What? What do these people talk? Lawless is my middle name. What's up, Rodney? How you doing? Hey, Casper. What's up? No, these people, all these people, here. Wake up, man. This is who the other side is. They want you in jail. They want you dead. This is who they are. That's why they've tried to kill Trump, 10 times now? That's why, all the stuff that keeps happening. Peters' lawyer said her health has been declining in prison. She had part of her lung removed in 2017, started coughing frequently after the prison's heating system was turned on for the winter, and has trouble sleeping on her mattress because of chronic pain from fibromyalgia. In January, Peters was involved in a scuffle with another inmate, was found not guilty of assault following a prison disciplinary hearing. He was found guilty of being in a location without authorization. What the hell does that mean? Federal Bureau of Prisons tried but failed to get Peters moved to federal prison, but in January, Polis said he was considering granting clemency. Justice and this is another thing too. They could have just issued a warrant, material witness warrant for Peters and took her. They could have did that. They could have did that and just took her out. Said, no, we got a warrant. We need her to talk. We got to talk to her. She's coming to us. That's called supremacy. The feds could have went in and just took her. We have a warrant. We're taking her. Yeah. And at least Polis says justice in Colorado and America needs to be applied evenly. After receiving blowback from other top demon rats, including the Attorney General, Polis told the Denver Television station that Peters would have to show appropriate contrition to be considered for clemency. So that's what the letter was. She had to write that letter. In a contrast to the other demon rats, Polis, who prides himself on being a political iconoclast, has taken a sometimes accommodating stance. While he criticized Trump's stance on tariffs and immigration, Polis praised earlier moves by the president, such as Department of Government Efficiency run by Elon Musk and the nomination of vaccine critic. How about just vaccine realist, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Yes, the high rate of psycho issues with the demon rats is documented. I pray she stays safe too, Johnny. So, New York Post says jailed Trump ally Tina Peters, who tried to reverse. This is such a lie. She just wanted to show proof of what happened. Granted clemency. Why? I mean, what the hell is going on with these headlines? The New York Post. I'm starting to, I mean, you can tell how much Rupert Murdoch and his family hate Trump, because that's who owns the New York Post and owns Fox News. And that's why you see on certain things, they're completely leftist. It's insane. So thank God, I know this isn't really a win because she should have been completely exonerated. They should have just, but at least she's not going to die in prison. Polis told the New York Times that Peters' commutation was meant to mollify President Trump, who had repeatedly called for release while claiming that the 2020 election was rigged against him. Well, they're getting the evidence. The evidence has been coming out. They've got evidence. They got the crazy ballots in Detroit. They've got the other evidence of all the military ballots that were 100% for Biden. Should have sent the marshals and took her into custody a long time ago. Yes, they should have. They could have did that. She let the machine speak on irregularities. That's all. That's all she did. That's all she did. 17 days is far too long. It is. 50 million euros on Trump's head due to past failures per the IRGC. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's not going to work out well for them. It's not going to work out well for them. What's up, Lisa Day? How you doing? Great to see you. Terry, good to see you too. I don't know if I already said hi. Governor noted Peters owns up to her wrongdoing. They overturned. That's the thing. An appeals court overturned the sentence. Yeah, you don't understand why Trump goes on Fox? I don't either. I don't know. Jenna Griswold, the scumbag who tried to get Trump thrown off the ballot, said that this is like an affront to democracy. What's up, Anne Marie? Great to see you. Trump defeated Biden by 28 points in Mesa County. Well, that's what they said too. That's what the people said, that the whistleblowers for Dominion and those other places. That's what their story was, that they didn't cheat in the Democrat counties. They cheated in the Republican counties. That way the people wouldn't look there. They just shaved the numbers in the Republican counties. Yeah, well, sure thing. Very badly. Yeah, well, he's treated very badly. Same thing here from the Gateway Pundit. Colorado governor commutes the sentence. Trump weighs in. Is there Trump speaking on it here? Let me see if there's a video of Trump speaking. Just free Tina is all he said. All right. CBS News, same thing. Colorado governor commutes Trump ally Tina Peters prison sentence. And I think this is just the governor talking about it.
On clemency for Tina Peters. Can you walk us through your decision and how you came to it?
Yeah. First of all, Kyle, today we are announcing 9 commutations
and 35 pardons. And just to be clear on the difference, a pardon strikes from the record something someone did. They're usually people who did stuff 20, 30 years ago. They want to get a sensitive job or go hunting with family, and they want it stricken from the record. We do that. Those usually are not covered as much. And to be clear, I publicly ruled out and have always said I would never consider a pardon for Tina Peters. So she is not in the list of the 35 people pardoned. There are 9 people with commutations. 3 of them were people who committed murder. 1 of them is a felony murder. These are folks who did bad things.
Oh, so he's okay with doing it for murderers, but this was a thing for someone who didn't commit any violence, who just was trying to, get evidence. She thought there was irregularities and wanted evidence of what they were doing to the voting machines. Okay.
And they each have their own intricacies. Usually it's about a disparate sentence. In one case, somebody committed a crime when he was 19. The other person he committed it with was 18 and got 7 years. He got 50 years. We're adjusting that to be more in line. Another one committed a felony murder. That means they were there with somebody when the other person pulled the trigger. We've changed the state law, and I signed a state law that we treat those differently than murder. But years ago, they got the same sentence, even if they didn't pull the trigger and somebody else did. So I'm adjusting that one. Tina Peters is the only nonviolent offender that is on the commutation list. She was sentenced to almost 9 years in prison. And to be clear, she deserved to go to jail. She committed a crime. What's at issue here is how long the sentence is. And I agree with the appeals court.
Yeah, I think that's it. They didn't want her to die in prison.
Hearing, the judge
he's still a scumbag.
Incorrectly looked at and considered her bizarre viewpoints, her speech, and held her speech against her. She happens to be somebody that's espoused
her bizarre viewpoints, which I'm pretty sure everyone watching right now on my channel has the same viewpoint, that they cheated in 2020. Does anybody not believe that? Does anybody think Joe Biden really got 80-something million votes from his basement? Come on.
What I believe to be what anybody objectively would believe to be incorrect opinions, conspiracies, etc. That is not a crime in our country. What is a crime is, along with 2 other co-conspirators, one got 6 months, one got parole only, accessed after a municipal election, election computers to download software for an independent audit prior to the software being updated. That is the crime. There were 4 felonies. Those felonies will.
It was a crime to audit the software before it was updated and erased. That was the crime. Hey, Wrestler Town with a Jim Tells You membership. Thank you. Thanks so much. Let's see who got that. It says here that 808 Rabang got it. 808 Rabang. I don't know, is it 808? Isn't that the beat, the 808 drum? Like, that's the beat that they use for 808 drum. Isn't that what they use for Baby Got Back and stuff like that? Some other songs back in early days of rap and stuff like that. Thank you, Wrestler Town, for that. That means we are now just $94 away from adding a first additional hour to the show, and only $44 away from Bella Vision. Bella Vision. Thank you so much, Wrestler Town. It's just 100%. Yeah. Thank you, Wrestler Town. The 808 drum. Yeah, right? No, the 2020 was perfect and secure in the most account. Wait, on Rumble and not YouTube. 2020 election was bullshit.
Stick with her. She's a convicted felon. And I believe that the 4.5 years that I'm commuting her sentence to, she'll be on parole along with a number of the other 9 next month, is a fair, just, and tough sentence for her crime.
You had previously told me that for any of your clemency cases, that remorse was a requirement. Tina Peters is famously unremorseful for her crimes and her actions. Why was she eligible for clemency?
So, first of all, remorse is not enough. I want to be clear that the clemency process does not start with remorse. 99% of criminals would probably say, I regret it, I'm sorry, if it got them out. It starts with a disparate sentence or a reason that drives the clemency and why it's just. It does, of course, I want to see that there is appropriate remorse and apology. And there's a statement from Tina Peters, which you can display, or I will read you because you're hearing it for the first time. I made mistakes, and for those, I'm sorry. 5 years ago, I misled the Secretary of State when allowing a person to gain access to county voting equipment. That was wrong.
Crazy, right?
I have learned and grown during my time in prison, and going forward, I will make sure that my actions always follow the law, and I'll avoid the mistakes of the past. But again, an apology is not a reason for a clemency. I want to be very clear about the reason for this. I agree with the appeals court. This was a 3-judge panel, all appointed by Democratic governors. They also found that her speech was cited as a basis for her sentence. And I always thought it was an unusual sentence for the crime that she committed. First time nonviolent offender. I don't think anybody would have batted an eye if she got a year. She would have been out already. 2 years, she would have been out already. She got 9 years. I'm commuting that to still a tough, but I believe fair sentence, 4.5 years. And yes, there's a statement of contrition, apology, commitment to follow the law going forward.
So, Governor Polis, Tina Peters has repeatedly, hundreds, if not thousands of times since her crimes, talked about how she is not the least bit remorseful. But now she's written on a piece of paper that she's remorseful. Do you believe her?
This is where you have to be very careful. I don't think that she's remorseful for the opinions that she has or her belief in conspiracies. There might be 1 or 2%, even more of the population that believes things that are like that.
1 or 2% of the population. Are you fucking delusional? Half the country believes the election was stolen. Even a bunch of Democrats think there was fucking shenanigans, but they don't care. They're like, yeah, we think it was fucked, but we're good. We're good. This is nuts. Yeah. Who is this guy? This is the governor. The other guy is a scumbag that's pretending like he's an honest reporter. This is the governor of Colorado. But yeah, half the fucking country, dude. Everyone who voted for Trump this time believes you stole the fucking election. How's that? How's that for you?
The answer to that is not to put them in prison for what they say or for their beliefs. I believe in free speech. She committed a crime. Whether she was conspiratorial or not, whether she believes the earth is flat or round, whether she's liberal or conservative, she deserves a sentence that reflects the crime. And these kinds of crimes are unusual. I cited another public official in Colorado, had 1 identical felony, 3 other felonies that were different, but also same level of felony, and got probation only. I don't think Tina Peters should have gotten probation only. I'm glad she went to prison.
Oh, because that other person was a Democrat, so that's why it was okay for that person to get probation, but not Tina Peters. Tina Peters is a Republican, so she's got to get prison. This is who you're up against, people. They want to put you in jail. They want to kill you. They want to see you dead. Yeah, he does not believe in free speech. Yeah. Not think, no. Yeah. I no matter, I don't care what, I will never believe that 2020 was on the level. Never. Yeah, it's only because Tina refused to lick the master's boots. This governor's a joke. Yeah, he is.
But an appropriate sentence of a year or 2, nobody would have batted an eye. Very unusual 9 years. And I agree with the appeals court that the judge considered her bizarre, incorrect, and speech that we strongly disagree with. I disagree with. Rational Coloradans on both sides of the aisle disagree with, but it should not have been a factor in her sentencing.
Will you be extending the mercy of your clemency to other inmates in Colorado who, like Tina Peters, are not really remorseful and do not take accountability for their crimes?
Well, I'm not aware of any others for whom the speech, the free speech they engaged in, was the basis for their statement. Each of them is unique. For one of my,
I don't even want to watch this reporter. This guy Kyle Clark should be lambasted as a scumbag because he is. Okay, first let me do this. We'll do this one first, and then we'll get into the one from Gundam. All right. All right. Let's do this. All right. So the U.S. is moving to indict former Cuban leader Raul Castro. Yeah, no, Biden said he didn't need us to win. Oh, empty parking lots with Carhorn Biden. Yeah. Yeah, GOP threw her under the bus. Yeah. Nor I. Yeah. Bizarre again. I know how to spell it. Yeah. She should have been let out long before this. Yeah, she should have been. Yeah. Why didn't Trump get her out sooner? I'll never understand that. I don't know. He tried. What he should have did, like, I mean, all you needed was a material witness warrant. That's it. Get a warrant sworn out. Open panel a grand jury. Say you need her to testify at the grand jury and just drag it out. That's all you had to do. Just drag it out. Just have her staying somewhere else and just drag it out. Yep, our judges and our whole judicial system is shit. Oh, it is. It's bad, man. It's bad. Potential charges come after the CIA director met with the Cuban Ministry of Interior. The United States is moving to indict Raul Castro, the former Cuban president. Potential charges against Castro come after the CIA director met Thursday with counterparts in the Cuban's Ministry of Interior. CBS was the first to report on the potential charges. He's the younger brother of longtime Cuban dictator. See, why did they call him a Cuban leader? Dictator. Cuban dictator. Castro is reportedly being indicted in connection with the downing of a plane 30 years ago. The indictment, which would require approval by a grand jury, which they're going to get approval from a grand jury in Florida. Oh, buddy, you better believe. You better believe they're going to get an indictment in Florida. Hey, hamburger helper, how's it going? Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, he could have brought her in as a material witness, is what I mean. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He could have brought her. They could have brought her in as a material witness. They could have impaneled a grand jury, a special grand jury. They could have got a subpoena for her to come. Got a warrant for her to come, material witness warrant. Got her and kept her, and just said, she's still testifying. We're still talking to her. During the meeting Thursday, Ratcliffe met with Cuban officials, including Raulito Rodriguez Castro, Interior Minister Lázaro Alvarez Casas, and head of the Cuban intelligence services, personally delivered Trump's message that the United States is prepared to seriously engage on economic and security issues, but only if Cuba makes fundamental changes. Little late to go after Castro. Well, yeah. I mean, I think it's leads dictatorship of demonocracy. Yeah. So here's the thing. This might actually not only be if there's people in charge in Cuba, if the people that are running Cuba now do want to make changes and they want to get, basically shed the whole tyrannical Castro shit, this is kind of a way to do it and help them is they get rid of them, say, oh yeah, those people were horrible and bad. Now we're going to be bad. Could work. CIA official told Fox that Ratcliffe and the Cuban officials discussed intelligence, cooperation, economic stability, and security issues, all against the backdrop that Cuba can no longer be a safe haven for adversaries in the Western Hemisphere. Ratcliffe also stressed the Trump administration was offering a genuine opportunity for cooperation that Trump should be taken seriously. Absolutely. Earlier this month, Trump joked about the remarks at the Forum Club that U.S. would be taking over Cuba almost immediately. Cuba's got problems. We'll finish one first. I like to finish a job. Trump administration recently expanded sanctions targeting countries and companies that do business with Cuba, particularly oil suppliers, increasing pressure on Havana amid fuel shortages and widespread power outages. Are there two Castros in government from Texas? Are they shit? Yes. Yes, there's two Castro twin brothers. They're shit. Here's CBS, which broke the story. It says the U.S. is preparing to indict former leader, Cuban leader, Raul Castro. Sources say. So the U.S. is moving to indict Raul Castro. Sources say. Come on, commercial. Get over with, Vinted.
Download Vinted.
We have dramatic new developments in the U.S. relationship with Cuba. Sources tell CBS News the U.S. is moving to file criminal charges against former President Raul Castro over a deadly clash 30 years ago. This follows an extraordinary visit to Cuba on Thursday by CIA Director John Ratcliffe and new protests by Cubans over power cuts and fuel shortages. Nicole Skanga is following all this for us. Nicole, good morning.
Wait,
Glad, good morning.
Is her name Nicole Skank Ass? Is that what he just said? Her name is Nicole Skank Ass? That's like a very unfortunate name. Nicole Skank Ass. Wow.
President Trump has pressed for major reforms in Cuba, even floating a, quote, friendly takeover. But a potential U.S. indictment of former Cuban leader Raul Castro would mark a serious escalation with rippling implications for Havana, U.S. allies, and global adversaries.
3 decades after 2 civilian planes were shot down by Cuba, the Justice Department is taking steps to indict former Cuban President Raul Castro in connection to the deadly incident, according to U.S. officials familiar with the matter. The planes, operated by a Miami-based humanitarian group, were struck down by Cuban fighter jets over international waters back in 1996. 3 Americans and a U.S. resident were killed.
I try to be a little funny. I got to throw some jokes and humor in there and try to be silly. I don't know. If I just was like bland, straight news, I gotta, do you have a lisp? Do you have a lisp? I gotta try. I'm sorry. I try.
Cuban officials have argued the shoot-down was legitimate, claiming the planes violated its airspace. At 94, Raul Castro is widely considered the most powerful person in Cuba, even though he stepped down as the leader of its Communist Party in 2021. CIA Director John Ratcliffe met with his grandson, who's viewed as his representative, yesterday. He shared Trump's message that the U.S. is, quote, prepared to seriously engage on economic and security issues, but only if Cuba makes fundamental changes.
Cuba is not doing well. It's a failed nation.
A potential indictment comes as the U.S. increases pressure on Havana. The Trump administration has threatened heavy tariffs on any country that exports oil to Cuba, leading to energy shortages as oil shipments are largely cut off. Rare protests have erupted across Cuba as frustration over fuel shortages and power blackouts grows.
The Trump administration sees this as the best opportunity to effectuate regime change.
Mark Caputo is a CBS News contributor.
The problem that all of us have is understanding how power really works in Cuba, who's really calling the shots. And so it's difficult to understand the degree to which an indictment of Raul Castro would change the way in which the United States sort of interfaces with whomever they're talking to in Cuba.
While the indictment could be used as a pressure point in ongoing negotiations with Cuba, it could also make Cuban officials less willing to engage. The potential indictment would need to be approved by a grand jury first. A Justice Department spokesperson declined to comment. Matt?
All right, Nicole, thank you.
Okay. U.S. is taking steps to indict Raul Castro. Potential indictment would need to be approved by a grand jury. Well, that's how that works. The ones with the guns have the power. Yeah, that's generally how it works. Hey, thank you, NASCAR. Well, I'm trying to make it entertaining. That's all. So the plan comes after the Trump administration threatened heavy tariffs on any country that's doing business with Cuba. Castro formally stepped down in 2021. His grandson, Raul Guillermo Rodriguez Castro, known as Raulito, is viewed as both his representative and a key point of contact between the U.S. and Cuba. So Ratcliffe met with him and some other people. He delivered Trump's message. And the official added that Cuba can no longer be a safe haven for adversaries. That's right. We got it. There's murderers. There's a woman in Cuba that murdered a cop. Her name is like Shabazz or something. She fled from like New Jersey. She killed like a New Jersey state trooper and escaped, and she's been hiding out in Cuba. Got to give them up. We need more old cars. The new ones are too hard to work on. Yeah, boo-hoo. The Cuban people are very ingenious. Creativity flows little they have. Bring back the boats. Yes, Marxist clowns, the worst. Okay. Miami's top federal prosecutor spearheaded a new initiative targeting the Cuban communist leaders. It involves federal and local law enforcement and the Department of Treasury, and it's a new focus on targeting those in the communist leadership. The indictment could ultimately lead to Castro's indictment dates back to February 96, when 2 Cessnas operated by Brothers to the Rescue, an exile group that searched for Cubans seeking to flee the island on rafts, were shot down by a Cuban MiG-29. When this happened in 96, what the fuck was Bill Clinton doing? Bill, this should have been right here. This and then. This happened. Bill Clinton should have immediately invaded fucking Cuba. It should have been the end of Cuba right there. What are you doing, Bill Clinton? You had your opportunity right here. They killed Americans, shot down American planes flying over international waters. You did not a fucking thing. Not a fucking thing. As soon as that MiG-29 hit the air, they should have been shot the fuck down. Yeah. A report by the Organization of American States found that the planes were shot down outside of Cuban airspace and alleged that Cuba violated international law by shooting without warning and without evidence. Yeah. So war crimes, right? Yeah. Bill was doing blow and hose. Duh. JFK blew it. Yeah, he did too. Isn't Cuba harboring one of the guys who did the Lockerbie bombing? I think so. I think they are harboring one of those Iranians. The incident drew outrage at the time. Bill Clinton just condemned it in the strongest possible terms. Bill was busy in the office with Monica. I think Bill was putting cigars elsewhere. Oh, maybe you know what? Maybe the cigar that he used on Monica was a Cuban cigar. Maybe they gave him some Cubans and he just let it go. You heard wrong. No money in it for Clinton. Cuban officials have argued the shoot-down was legitimate, claiming the group violated Cuban airspace and sought to carry out acts of sabotage. Hoping the UK march goes well tomorrow, if time for it. More proof, UK boned. Yeah, wow. JFK was banging commies. It's all connected. Yeah. Didn't one of them explode on Lewinsky? Yeah. You see it? Do you see what it did to her face? Exploded all over her face. Dan Rather said the Cuban military was acting on his general orders to stop planes from encroaching on the country. At the time, the Brothers of Rescue shoot down Fidel, who died in 2016, was the country's leader, and Raul led the armed forces. One person, Geraldo Hernandez, was convicted in the U.S. of murder conspiracy in connection with the shoot down after federal prosecutors alleged he was part of a spy ring that sought to pass on information about the brothers to the Cuban intelligence. Clinton's AG was busy knocking down doors and returning Elian Gonzalez. Yeah, and burning down Waco and killing 40 kids, 50 kids, and then killing Randy Weaver's wife and son. Yeah, that's what they were busy doing, killing Americans. So they probably didn't really care because these probably more than likely these Cubans that got murdered that were going to rescue the people had the wrong political persuasion for Clinton. They had the political persuasion, probably like the Clintons was going to send people after, what was it called? Like Pat Con, what the Patriot, Pat Con, that was the thing where they went after all the people on the right. That was Clinton. Mm-hmm. Monica's deal was to turn the heads away from the drug contra issue. Florida Attorney General said at a news conference he was reopening the shuttered state investigation. Florida Republican Senator Rick Scott and other lawmakers have also recently called on the Justice Department to charge Castro and bring him to justice. Thursday evening, Governor DeSantis wrote, let her rip. It's been a long time coming. Well, I hope so, man. I hope so. Same from Newsmax. Just says, Trump eyeing charging Castro. GB News in Britain, Great Britain News says Donald Trump to criminally charge Fidel Castro's brother in direct mirror to Nicolas Maduro capture. Could be. And this just says CIA Director Ratcliffe visiting Cuba, potential indictment of Castro. Now what? So Cuba confirmed Thursday that CIA Director John Ratcliffe met with Cuban officials. Cuba said the meeting was held to request the United States, and that officials emphasized the meeting that Cuba does not pose a threat to the national security of the U.S. Well, I would beg to differ. I think they do. The Island Nation also said its officials emphasized that there's no legitimate reason to include Cuba on the U.S. list of state sponsor of terrorists because it does not harbor, support, or fund terrorists. Well, I would beg to differ that they do harbor them. They do harbor them. They let fucking Antifa go there and train. Antifa terrorists. Hello. Mm-hmm. So we'll have to see. All right. We got this one. Feds foil chilling ISIS plot on Michigan U.S. Army base just hours before mass shooting planned by 19-year-old Somali ex-National Guard soldier. Wow. 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 A 19-year-old former member of the Michigan Army National Guard has been charged with planning a horrific mass shooting attack on a major U.S. facility right here in Michigan, all in the name of ISIS. Train and Gitmo, yeah. Let Castro sleep uneasy for a while, yeah. Monica was financially ruined post-Clinton. Yeah, well, you know what they say. You lay down with dogs, you come up with fleas. According to the U.S. Department of Justice, Amar Abanabajamanama Syed of Melvane, Michigan, was arrested on May 13th, 2025. Well, look at his name. Yeah. The very day he planned to carry out the attack after launching a drone near the Army's Tank and Automotive Armaments Command. That doesn't look like a smelly. Does that look like a smelly to you? Doesn't look like a smelly to me. That looks just like a straight up, Arab, like an Arab Muslim, not a smelly. Sources, Saeed faces charges of attempted to provide material support to ISIS. He faces 20 years in prison on each count. Yeah, that's I'll call him white. Yeah. Be back after the Pistons game. Do or die tonight. Well, good luck. Saeed allegedly provided undercover agents whom we believe were fellow ISIS supporter with armor-piercing ammunition and high-capacity magazines. Oh my God, high-capacity magazines. Yeah, straight up Durka. Go back to Melvindale. He conducted one drone reconnaissance flight over the TACOM base, trained the undercover officers on firearms and how to construct Molotov cocktails, mapped out every point while identifying specific buildings to target. Saeed first began communicating with the officers in 2024, openly expressing his desire to carry out violent jihad. Melvindale, Missouri. Spoke of this creep in the AM on CFC. Yeah, diversity. Yes, it's crazy. So the plot against the Warren military base ramped up in November 2024. Saeed traveled near TACOM, launched his drone in support of the operation, was taken into custody by federal agents. The defendant is charged with planning a deadly attack on a U.S. military base here for ISIS. Thanks to the tireless efforts of law enforcement, we foiled the attack. U.S. Attorney Jerome F. Gorgon Jr. He's a Gorgon. You know what a Gorgon is? Wasn't Medusa a Gorgon? Right? Helping ISIS or any other terrorist organization prepare or carry out attacks of violence is not only a reprehensible crime, it's a threat to our entire nation and our way of life. Saeed enlisted in the Michigan Army National Guard in September 2022, completed basic training, and was discharged in December 2024 for failing to meet initial entry requirements. So he must have not showed up or something like that. He must have not showed up to trainings or his 1 weekends a month. So, wow. He's 19. Yeah, that's what it says. So, hey, we're coming up on 1 hour, folks. And just so we can remind everybody that we're still $94 away from the first additional hour and $44 away from television. There we go. Support Jim. He works hard to entertain us. I can't stop laughing. Thank you. Wow, that's awesome. With that, folks, that means we're now just $84 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and only $34 away from adding Bellavision for the evening. Thank you all so much. Got a small crowd tonight. So this is yet another terrifying example of the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's open southern border and his administration's catastrophic failure to vet hundreds of thousands of military-age men from terror-prone regions. While Biden and cackling Kamala dismantled Trump-era border security and released millions into our communities with little or no screening, how many more ISIS members and radical jihadists are now living freely in the United States? Medusa, Arale, and Stethno are the three Gorgon sisters. Yes, donations are greatly appreciated. Yes, thank you so much. The case should send chills down the spine of every American. Well, it does down my spine. I mean, the fact that these people are still coming in, they're still doing this shit. I mean, maybe we need to stop what we're doing and just close all immigration for a little while. Maybe 5 years. Nothing. Just shut the borders. Nothing. Yes. Biden had absolutely no harmful effect upon us. Oh, really? Okay. I don't know if you're joking or not. That's what I would do. I would say no more. A moratoria. Yes. Moratorium, moratoria. Fatally stabbed British teen bled out in cops' handcuffs after Sikh suspected murder kit cried racism. Yeah, I saw this. Actually, I saw this. Let me find the X post for it. I know I got it right here. I had this. I was going to pull it up later. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Medusa has nothing on these woke lunatic harpies we have today. British university student died because of incompetent woke police. Indian man stabs student. Student attempts to run away. Indian pursues him. Police arrive, but arrest the student because the Indian says the student said something racist. Student bleeds out in the street. After he was stabbed, Mr. Nowak tried to climb a fence to escape, but Digwa was aggressively pursuing him, leaving a trail of blood. Police were called to the scene, but arrested Mr. Nowak after Digwa claimed he had been racially abused. This is kind of like there's some analogies here to what's going on in the U.S. I don't want to bring it up, but some analogies what's going on. Mr. Nowak was then handcuffed before passing out and dying in the street. Prosecutor Nicholas Labenberg said, put simply, Henry drowned in his own blood with his lung having been cut by the knife going 8 centimeters into him. Yeah, his name is Dickwad. Yeah, Dickwad. We need some serious vetting for the military, especially for those questionable country background. Yeah, well, like those guys in the military that were doing like communist shit, showing the Shea stuff, they should have immediately been kicked out of the military. Immediately. We can't allow commies to infiltrate the military. Vikram Dickwad raises the defense of self-defense. He persisted that Henry perpetrated a drunken racist attack. He says he doesn't recall exactly how the wound came to be inflicted. Well, he stabbed him with a fucking knife. This is the guy. This is the guy who died. Because the police said, oh, this guy said you said something racist, so we're just going to let you die there and bleed out. That's what we're talking about here. And here it is, right here. Did he say a naughty word to you, my precious? You know, don't forget, England is a place where there was an attack, and they came and they started arresting the guy who was trying to stop a mass stabber, and then the guy ended up stabbing the cop and killing the cop. How do you properly vet people from shithole countries? You can't. You don't let them in. You don't let them in. You say, I'm sorry. Until we can figure out what's going on, we can't allow this. Oh, that was the wrong one. No. So a Sikh stabbed Henry Nowak 4 times with a ceremonial dagger, but police treated Nowak like the criminal. A 23-year-old Sikh man is on trial in the United Kingdom for the December murder of an 18-year-old Englishman, or an English boy, 18 years old, an English boy. Britain has turned into a shithole on purpose. Yeah. Vikram Dickwad is accused of fatally slashing and stabbing first-year Southampton University student Henry Nowak of Essex. Dickwad's mother, Karan Kaur, is also on trial for conspiring with her son after the fact by allegedly removing the murder weapon from the scene. Sadly, the best outcome, wake the other cops up. You would think, because that happened a while ago, that the cop got stabbed. Already in the trial, prosecutors have furnished members of the jury with plenty of insights into Nowak's death, alleging, for example, that Nowak encountered Digwa on his way home from a night out with his soccer team, during which he consumed less than the drink-drive limit. Yeah, so he wasn't drunk. It's lies. You're praying for all the marchers tomorrow. But didn't they deny visas to a bunch of the people that were supposed to come in for the march and speak? I think I read that somewhere that they denied. I think they read that somewhere that they denied to people. Nowak was captured footage on his phones of Digwa openly carrying an 8-inch Sikh blade, extra to the smaller Kirpan blade he was also carrying around his neck. Nowak's phone containing the damaging footage was ultimately found in the suspected killer's pocket. The victim, spouting blood, desperately attempted to climb a fence to escape his attacker, only to have the Sikh killer aggressively pursue him. Dickwad's mother was captured on video taking the murder weapon back to the family home. Maybe these people should be, after they get out of spending 30 years at the Tower of London, the rest of their family should be thrown the fuck out of England. What is wrong with the King of England? I don't think the Queen of England would tolerate this shit. I know Prince Philip wouldn't have. A lot of foreign guests were denied, including U.S. citizens. Well, that's a problem if they denied U.S. citizens entry. Hey, good evening, Jason. How you doing? Hope you're all as well, too. Dickwad told his brother while in police custody that he stabbed the victim multiple times. And analysis found DNA from the mother, hairs from Dickwad, and blood from Nowak on the knife. One of the more troubling allegations actually concerns the conduct of the British police who first arrived on the scene. At around 11:30 p.m., British police were called to the scene of an altercation taking place on Portswood, Belmont Road. Dickwad presented himself to the first officers as the victim, telling them that he was racially abused and attacked by a drunken man. And they believed it. Wow. So you want me to unlock this for $1? Are you serious? I'm not paying you $1 to read the rest of this. Blaze. You know what, Blaze? You suck. You suckity suck, Blaze. Let me do this. Let me do this. Aha, Blaze. I'm going to cheat you, Blaze. How's this sound? Student stabbed to death and walk home from night out, 4 arrested in murder probe. Vikram Dickwad was arrested for the murder, while Kiran Kaur has been charged with assisting the offender. They are woke. Yes, they are. Tommy Robinson, Tusi Du, U.S. journalist, Shirley, Minnesota corruption will be at rally. Like the movie The Thing. The king is still working on a new business venture, a contraption that attaches to cows' arse to capture farts. Probably. So the student was stabbed. Emergency services fought to save the life, but he died at the scene. Hampshire police has now launched a major investigation into the killing. Yeah, like the cop. What's up with these cops? Maybe you should tell them, like, don't arrest the guy that's bleeding and the guy that's not bleeding. A British national of Asian ethnicity also faces charge of possessing a blade. A second person was charged in relation to the case. Seems to be knowing a growing number of knife crimes. Yet another young man. Indian man Karan Kaur, who lives in Southampton, has been charged in assisting the offender. Oh, yeah, get them all. Get them all. Apparently, it's not going well over at La Casa de Iran. The BRICS meeting where they were at was a disaster. Couldn't imagine when you're shooting drones at the fellow BRICS countries. Yeah, well. Both defendants are scheduled to appear before the magistrate's court on Monday. Henry's family from Shafford 100 in Essex paid tribute to their son. Our kind, intelligent, and talented son was the first year in Southampton University studying accountancy and finance. He smashed his A levels and was fully embracing university life, joining not one but 2 football teams, making new friends as well as working part-time at the local Morrison's. That must be like a store. The media has become the new poll tax. Pay for your info or get the standard propaganda. BRICS is a lead balloon. Oh, this is crazy. Black man cleared of stabbing white man by jury because the victim said the N-word after the attack. We're going to look at that in a second. We're going to look at that next. Henry was loved by all those who knew him. He was an incredible son, a brother, cousin, grandson, nephew, friend, and teammate. He was an all-around top lad and everyone who was lucky enough to share his company thought the same. He went out a night with his friends and celebrated the end of the first semester. He never made it home. Our hearts ache when we think of the bright future he had ahead of him. There's no words to describe just how heartbroken we are. It's a shame. It's time. People of England need to stand up and start voting for different people. Get new people in that are actually going to do something like reform, or what is it called? Or is it Reform UK, or is it what's the other one? Is it Reform or the other one? What's it called? A 51-year-old man initially arrested on suspicion of murder has been released on police bail. 26-year-old man initially held on suspicion of murder was released without further action of that offense, but remains on bail for assisting the offender. Restore, Britain. That's it. Restore. Yeah, restore. Detectives have appealed for witnesses with any CCTV footage. Well, London is just covered in CCTV stuff. They have cameras everywhere. It's more surveilled than Washington, D.C. So what is this, just one another area where there just wasn't any cameras? Is that what they're trying to say? Just like what happened to that guy that was walking home from the DNC where he worked and got mugged and they didn't steal anything? Is that it? No. Look at this. Black man cleared of stabbing white man by jury in the U.S. because the victim said the N-word after the attack. So this black guy was a mind reader, and he knew he was racist because after he stabbed him, he got called the N-word. Aim high, vote low, millions must go. People need to learn that being woke will kill you. Will comprehensive teeth reform give Conrad Bass the edge she needs? That's a joke. Clearly, I don't get it. You're talking about Bass in LA, or is there some other Bass, Conrad? Or is that the guy that leads reform? And something about teeth reform? He's going to get people's teeth fixed in England. Black man's been cleared of stabbing a white man by a jury because his victim said the N-word after being attacked. So Gary Edwards of Portland, Oregon, was cleared of assault charges on October 31st. He admitted to stabbing George Howard Jr., also 43, but claimed it was in self-defense after a victim used racial slurs the moment they encountered each other. Howard Jr. maintained he only used the N-word after being stabbed. Both men are homeless and share a string of convictions between them. CCTV footage shows the moment Edwards approached Howard Jr., who was sitting on a bench from behind with a fixed blade in his hand. As soon as Howard Jr. saw his soon-to-be attacker, so this guy came up on the guy with a knife, all right? Out. And they fucking, this is woke. This is the Marxist woke motherfuckers in Portland, Oregon, right here. That this guy came out like this with a knife behind him to stab him, and they go, oh, that was self-defense because he's black. Holy fuck, man. And he stabbed a white guy. Holy fuck. What kind of world is this? This is anarcho-tyranny right here. This is an anarcho-tyranny. As soon as he saw his would-be attacker, he could be seen jumping up and pushing him. The pair scuffled against the wall before Edwards stabbed Howard Jr. in the shoulder. This is a moment after he stabbed him. Yeah. Then police body cam footage caught Howard Jr. calling Edwards the N-word following the stabbing. But in court, the two men gave conflicting accounts about when the racial slur was spoken. Howard Jr. assured the word was only used after Edwards stabbed him, though the latter claimed he called him the slur immediately upon seeing him. Defense lawyers claim racial prejudice explained why Howard Jr. was hostile towards someone he had never met. There's the guy right there. He's got the knife out already, coming up on him. I mean, what other than racism could explain why Mr. Howard perceived hatred, animosity, and aggression from a complete stranger? Oh, maybe he's crazy, homeless person, wants to stab people. Maybe he hated white people. Do you ever think maybe he was the racist and hated white people? He claimed his client came up to trade his knife for cigarettes. He came up with a knife. Here, I got my knife out. I'm going to give it to you. I'll give you the knife again. I'll give you the knife again. Give me your cigarettes. Give me your cigarettes. He came up to rob him of his fucking cigarettes. Jesus Christ. The defendant is not scared for his life. He didn't retreat. He sauntered up and sauntered away after stabbing someone. The defendant created the situation. Dispute over timing proved central to the case. The jury ultimately sided with the defense, acquitting of all assault charges, despite the prosecution's argument that he initiated and controlled the violent encounter. This is just crazy, man. Edwards has a history of violent offenses. In 2021, he's convicted of second-degree assault 3 years prison sentence for stabbing someone. So this guy stabbed somebody in 2020. Separate charge relating to altercation with a shop worker was dropped in June. This is just nuts. The case was dismissed because no public defender was available to represent him. The acquittal came despite his criminal record being known to the court. Records show he's convicted of this guy. So this guy was a rapist and was convicted in 97. So I don't know. Maybe both of them could have done each other in. This is crazy. All right. That's just nuts, man. So be careful out there, folks, because someone's just going to come up and stab you, and then they're going to accuse you of saying a word. And that's just a free pass to kill people, I guess. It's just a free pass to kill people. I guess that's where we're at in America. A word is a free pass to kill. So a white man can get attacked and he says the N-word under the law. It's okay to off him. I guess that's what in Portland, Oregon, that's clearly what they're saying. We're going to find out if that's the way it is in Tennessee. But in Portland, see what happens. So annoying jingle permanently banned from airwaves as California ends strategy of deception. So this is a very interesting case. They'll need 10 new immigrants to replace the white boy. Yeah. Because it turns out the reason they did it, 1877 Kars4Kids, Kars Kars4Kids, 1877 Kars4Kids. Donate your car today. That's the song. And I mean, the N-word is worse than a bullet, Jim. I guess it is. Dear Jim, Bella, please. Well, I sigh. I know it's what do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do? I mean, hey, here we go. We have Karen O. Where is she at, Karen O? Thank you so much, Karen O. We have a $25 on PayPal from Karen O. Thank you so much. That means we activate Bellavision. There she is. There's the Bella. Thank you so much. And that means we are now $59 away. Just $59 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. So we got about a little over an hour left to make $59, and we get another hour. That's how it works. You hated that commercial. I know, but it's stuck in my head. This guy's just misunderstood. That jingle is a war crime. What happens to Spain? What made them so anti-Israel and the U.S. so politically popular? Why are they not paying their NATO bills? I don't know. I think Spain's going to get kicked out of NATO. I think that's what's going to happen. They've been playing that jingle on the radio here in Atlanta for years. I sing along. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So California's pulling the plug on the widely recognized jingle after a judge ruled the charity's ads misled donors who actually benefits from their money. All right. So the Orange County Superior Court Judge Garcia Apicarian, another foreign-born judge, found the organization violated California's false advertising and unfair competition laws by failing to disclose that donations primarily fund Orthodox Jewish programs tied to URA, a New York and New Jersey-based outreach organization. So, Judge Garcia Apicarian. So because it's the organization funds Jewish kids, I guess you can't do that. You have to say Cars for Jewish Kids. So then I guess all this other stuff, they need to specifically say what it's for. Maybe from now on, if that's what they're going to do. Because I guess they don't qualify. Jewish kids don't qualify as kids, I guess. But it doesn't only fund Jewish kids. It also funds other kids with trips to Israel and stuff like that. It does all types of stuff. Yeah, it funds the Jews. That's right. So that's why it's got to go. Hey, Martin, thanks for being here. The Eurovision music concert is being boycotted by Spain and a bunch of other countries because people are related to Israel Jews. Well. The ruling was published May 8th after California resident Bruce Putterball sued the charity in 2021, claiming he donated his car after repeatedly hearing the famous ad and believed the proceeds would help underprivileged children in California. Did it say that? Did it say that in the ad that was going to help underprivileged kids in California? It's a nationwide company. Instead, he learned that the $250 generated from his donated vehicle went to programs connected to URA, which focuses on Jewish heritage camps and religious outreach. I think this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and I think California's going to get smacked the fuck down. This judge is wildly overstepping. Like, what? You don't care how, you just want the jingle removed from the airwaves? According to the ruling, Kars4Kids chief operating officer SD Landau testified that the charity's primary function is funding URA's programs. Landau also testified that although 25% of Kars4Kids revenue comes from California, the organization has virtually no meaningful programs benefiting children in the state beyond a backpack drive described in court as a branding exercise. So they gave out backpacks, Kars4Kids backpacks. So here's the judge. Yeah, go figure. Gasia Apkarian. It doesn't say, learn how your donation can make a difference in the life of a child. It doesn't say anything about underprivileged kids. It doesn't say anything about California kids. It doesn't say anything about minority kids. It just says kids. Court further heard that Kars4Kids funding was not primarily directed towards young children in need. Instead, money supported other teens, including 17, 18-year-olds participating in gap year trips to Israel and related family programming. I don't understand this. I really don't. Testimony also revealed that $16.5 million was spent in 2022 on a building purchase in Israel, while another $437,000 went towards Middle East outreach. Like, is this what we're going to do? Because I have a feeling if this is what they're going to do, then we're going to start banning all types of other charities because they don't spend the money on what they fucking claim, like the SPLC, like the ACLU. Yeah. Like, there's a whole bunch of charities we need to start looking at. A whole heap of a lot of charities. Kars4Kids is a scam. It's not a scam. It's just, it goes for specific purposes. It goes for religious. It goes for Christians and Jews that want to travel to American Christian and Jews that want to travel to Israel that can't afford it. It helps kids do that. You know, if kids want, high school kids or stuff want to do it. I'm not going to play the commercial because I'm pretty sure it's copyrighted. So look at all them. Yeah. Apkarian ruled that commercials were misleading by omission because they failed to disclose the organization's religious affiliations. So they're compelling you to say what your religious affiliation is. It's a problem. This violates the First Amendment. I'm sorry, it does. You can't be forced to say what your religion is before you can do a charity. Like, when a charity generates billions of dollars annually through a jingle that conceals its primary religious and geographic focus, it creates an unfair playing field for local core of California charities that are honest about their missions. Really? So, like all the charities, let's go through the list of the charities, the homeless charities, all the dog charities, the feeding people charities, all that stuff that's just stealing fucking money nonstop. What's up with that? Huh? Where's all the money? Where's the billions of dollars for homeless for California? What happened to that money? Under the ruling, Kars4Kids can no longer air its commercials in California unless the ads includes an express audible disclosure explaining the charity's religious affiliation. This is a problem. It's a First Amendment problem. I would don't want to donate to an Islamic foundation. Such disclosure is relevant. I'm sure you could find it's going to be listed somewhere, but they don't have to do it in their jingle or their ad. I mean, that's just ridiculous. The court gave Kars4Kids 30 days to remove non-compliant commercials, meaning the catchy tune may still linger. Kars4Kids is a 501c3 nonprofit based in Lakewood, New Jersey. Operates a car donation program that funds educational and recreational program for Jewish children and families, primarily through URA. The charity has faced scrutiny before. Pennsylvania and Oregon fined Kars4Kids for misleading solicitation practices. 2017, Minnesota Attorney General investigation found that less than 1% of the $3 million donated in the state benefited local children. Okay. There's not a limit on how much they have to just donate something. There's not like a limit. All these other charities just spend all the money on paying people's salaries. What the fuck are they talking about? Yeah. What happened to all the money raised for the California wildfire? None of it went to those people. Where's the lawsuits for that? So, but look at this. Oh, Pennsylvania, Oregon, and Minnesota, all the commie places. All the commie places. Are they going to appeal? It's not going to say. Are they going to appeal? So they say, this is what they say. Lando said that it's for gap year trips. The failure to disclose the funds benefit adults and families that support is contingent on specific religious affiliations and material omission. In a statement, Kars4Kids denounced the decision, says, "We believe this decision is deeply flawed, ignores the facts, and misapplies the law. It's well known that we are a Jewish organization, and our website makes it abundantly clear. The organization's website includes this line: Kars4Kids is a registered nonprofit Jewish organization who, together with URA, our sister charity, helps thousands of children develop into production members of the community." I think they're going to have a problem. I think California's going to have a problem. Accused the nonprofit of obscuring that most of the money it raises goes to Orthodox outreach rather than needy children. It says it on their website. Minnesota Attorney General, who's a communist Islamic Muslim, says only 1% of its funding went to the children in the state. Okay. So there's a federal class action filing accusing Kars4Kids of deceptive fundraising practices. In 2023, Kars4Kids founder Elihu Mintz, who's also CEO of URA, filed a lawsuit challenging New York's state concealed carry law, alleging that left children vulnerable to anti-Semitic attacks. That lawsuit is ongoing. So I don't see how this isn't a violation of their First Amendment rights. I really don't. You know, I mean, it says it on their website. You don't donate. You don't donate like on a jingle. You don't go, "Oh, here's my car." No, you're gonna, and if you do, that's dumb on you to not look and see like what it is. And if you hate Jews and you donated them your car, well, that's on you for not looking into it. All right. Next story here. Texas to establish first ever detransition clinic as Transing Hospital loses case. Ken Paxton, the next senator from Texas, I hope. Texas will be the first state to have a revolutionary clinic devoted to helping transgender people who wish to return to living as their biological sex. And that's because the state's attorney general reached a major settlement with Children's Hospital that was mutilating children in the service of transgender ideology. Hey, what's up? I'm Flav, says AI viewers, Streambo. I don't want AI viewers. Why would I want AI viewers? I want real viewers. Texas Children's Hospital settled with Attorney General Ken Paxton, paying out $10 million because of previously billing the state's Medicaid program in order to gender transition minors. Can't do that, which is illegal in Texas. Instead of its previous nonsense, the hospital agreed to form a detransition clinic, which will help young people work through their gender dysphoria and heal from any damaging medications or surgeries that woke medical professionals had pushed on them. This is an amazing settlement that can give Republicans in the state, other states, a model to follow. Could be a good idea. Could be a good idea. Well, the Healthcare Program Enforcement Division has been investigating the hospital for a year before Paxton orchestrated the settlement, which he announced in a press release on Friday. I want to know how many smelly cars were donated. PJ O'Rourke. Today is a monumental day in the fight to stop the radical trans movement. The historic settlement reflects an institutional, fundamental cultural shift away from radical gender ideology. In addition to helping establish the first ever detransition clinic and securing millions, the settlement will ensure that the deranged child mutilators who hurt our kids are fired and held accountable. The press release expanded on the details of the settlement, which include the multidisciplinary detransition clinic and the determination of existing privileges and jobs for 5 doctors who medically harm children through transgender interventions. Wow. So the doctors lost their licenses, lost their jobs. Wow. Texas Children's Hospital will, of course, no longer offer gender transition services. The hospital promised to change its bylaws in accordance with Texas law. And it's going to penalize doctors who encourage kids suffering from gender dysphoria to transition. Furthermore, the hospital will implement compliance and ethics measures. The Detransition Clinic will help patients reverse the damage caused by ideologically motivated physicians who harmed patients by performing dangerous medical interventions for the purpose of transitioning them. For the first 5 years, all services provided through the Detransition Clinic will be funded by Texas Children's and free of charge. Well, that's awesome. Free of charge. Wow. Paxton's very optimistic about the future of the clinic. Said it's the first of its kind, Detransition Clinic. And they'll investigate and bring full force of law against any Texas hospital that abuses children. This indeed is a historic settlement. One that will hopefully ensure fewer children are pressured into irrevocably injurious medical decisions. Oh, awesome. Same thing from Epoch Times. Texas Children's Hospital opened first ever detransition clinic under deal with DOJ. Texas hospital to launch detransition clinic, fire doctors. Texas Children's Hospital must create country's first detransition clinic under legal settlement with state. Well, that's good news. I mean, we really don't want kids being transitioned. They can't make these decisions that are going to affect them for the rest of their life. You know, it needs to be like, and you know, I mean, what adults want to do. I mean, I might disagree with it. I think it's ridiculous, but if adults want to do it, do what you want to do. Adults, just don't do it to kids. Don't do it to kids. Do not do it to kids. Mello, what are you eating over there? Those Ellen Page ad videos of her and Troy and 300 are hilarious. Yeah, they are. We watched them last night. Really funny. Really, really funny. There's also one of her. I think there's a Fight Club one where she gets demolished. There's also one of her as Rocky and or small woodland creatures. Yes, definitely. So want that stuff to stop. Leave the kids alone. That's all. Just in, the Senate parliamentarian rules against major sections of the reconciliation bill. So remember that bill that they were all touting, you know, Thune and all them. We did it. We funded the HS. We got ICE funded. We did all this stuff. Well, that's right. The Democrat who's actually that John Thune is letting run everything in the Senate, who gets to decide what can be in bills, the parliamentarian, which Thune can just fire her and hire somebody else. He doesn't need her to be there. You know, she doesn't deserve to be there. You know, they could hire somebody else. Doesn't have to be a Democrat. This person was appointed by Harry Reid. And so that's why she should have to go. I mean, here's who she is. All right. This is who this person is. Everybody's looking for who has compromised her. But you may think she doesn't have a dog. You may think she doesn't have a dog in a fight, but you'd be wrong. Keep reading. Elizabeth McDonough, first name Elizabeth Cost McDonough, is the parliamentarian of the United States Senate, a nonpartisan, unelected career civil servant position she has held since February of 2012. What a disgusting world we live in. Shame on you. God will be very upset. Who are you talking to, me? Glad Harry Reid retired. Talking to me? I just said I'd leave the kids alone. You know, I'm not going to get into what adults do. I think it's wrong, but you know, whatever. If an adult wants to mutilate themselves, whatever, they should probably be in a mental hospital. Isn't Mitch McConnell in charge of the rules of the Senate? No, Mitch McConnell isn't. Mitch McConnell has no leadership position anymore. He's basically like a walking corpse. John Thune could do this, but Harry Reid appointed this person. She's the first woman to serve in the role. Her job makes her one of the most consequential yet low-profile figures in Congress. She advises the presiding officer, the vice president or president pro tem, senators, and staff on the Senate's standing rules, precedents, and the Constitution and federal law. Hey, Apex, what's up, buddy? Great to see you. She is especially central to the budget reconciliation process, where she applies the Byrd rule to determine whether provisions have a direct budgetary impact or are extraneous policy changes that require 60 votes. So the Byrd rule, the rule of a guy who was a straight up fucking Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard or Cyclops or whatever the fuck he was, Robert Byrd, you know, KKK dude. Why are we following the Byrd rule? She was raised primarily by a single mother. So you are saying Mitch can walk unaided? No, he can't. She graduated from Greens Farms Academy in '84, earned a BA in English Literature from George Washington University, and her JD from Vermont Law School. Hey, Renee, thanks for being here. In the 90s, she worked as a legislative reference assistant in the Senate Library and as assistant morning business editor for the Congressional Record. She left to attend law school, interned with U.S. District Judge Royce Lamberth, and at the INS in Vermont, then served Lamberth, if I'm not mistaken, is a guy who hates Cyclops Grand Wizard, something like that, right? Byrd rule sounds racist to you. Me too. She joined the parliamentarian office in '99 as an assistant, was promoted to senior assistant in 2002, and then was elevated to parliamentarian by none other than Harry Reid in 2012. She has served continuously under both majorities. She has advised on high-stake matters, including procedures for Al Gore during the 2000 election vote count. She delivers an annual address to the Senate Youth Program. Washingtonian named her one of Washington's most 100 powerful women. Not elected to anything. Google Mitch McConnell, head of rules. I was not talking about you, Jim. The statement was for the adults who let kids be changed. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Now I feel better. I was all worried. I was about to cancel the stream and leave. I was hurt deeply. You cut me deep, Shrek. You cut me deep. Yes, man bear pig. Man bear pig. Harry Reid is dead. Yes, he is. Harry Reid had like a very weird accident where some stuff happened, like right before he retired, where he was all of a sudden like all beat up. Like he said it looked like he got the shit beat out of him, but he said it was a workout machine equipment. But I will point out that Harry Reid is very famously in the movie Casino. Yeah. Harry Reid was the county commissioner in the movie Casino, who then became senator. You know, the guy who was shaking down the mob and getting paid. He was killed by the mob. Probably. He probably finally pushed it over the limit with them. Harry Reid died from injuries after falling off a treadmill. Yeah. You need $5 to do that. What does it say? Gifted 10 Jim Tells You memberships. Renee Collins gifted 10 Jim Tells You memberships. Wow. 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 Let's do this first.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, Renee Collins. That means, folks, we are now just $99 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Because that's $60 there. 10 memberships is 60 beans, people. That ain't cheap. That's big. That's big old money. We're $99 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Renee Collins. Wow, let's see who got those. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. 10 gifted memberships. Wow. Phil Coggins received a gifted membership. Apex Comics. One Petrie Esquire. One Peter Esquire, maybe. Dirty Jersey Rat. Hey, Dirty Jersey Rat received a gifted membership. Autobahn, 4545. Juan Cholo. Dirt Cheap, 1776. Nethead. Lauren Wimberly. And Mike French, 86. All received gifted memberships. Thank you so much. 10 gifted memberships from Renee Collins. Wow, and that pushes us over to goal for the next hour. Thank you so much. Yes, Dirty Jersey Rat says, thank you, Renee Collins. Says, thanks, Renee. I like a green chat. I do too. Thank you so much, Renee. Thank you for the extra hour. So extensive research has revealed no evidence of scandals, ethics, or conflicts of interest. She's friends with Chief Justice John Roberts, which is the biggest scoop. However, her most recent ruling has John Thune written all over it. The moment the Senate passed the GOP's ICE CBP reconciliation funding, we all knew the fix was in. Do you honestly think the Senate didn't pre-screen the provisional funding? Thune knew he could get a win and then blame the parliamentarian for the ultimate failure. Yes, that's awesome. Yes, awesome. 10 members. Yeah, so unelected Senate parliamentarian has struck down major provisions of the GOP's ICE CBP reconciliation funding. Yeah, go figure, huh? Go figure.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 48, and the concurrent resolution, as amended, is agreed to. This is the minority leader.
Mr. President, tonight, Senate Republicans showed the American people.
Whatever. That's Chuck Scummer talking. Harry Reid was a police officer in Searchlight, Nevada. Yes, but he also was a county commissioner who then became. He was part of the county commission in Vegas, and was part of. He was portrayed as like he's in Casino, like not his name, but not him personally, but him as a person. They didn't use his name, but he's in the movie Casino. He's part of the corrupt Nevada stuff that was shaking down the mob for gaming licenses and stuff. Jim, I had to take a 300-question psychological test today, pre-spinal stimulator. Oh, yeah, you have to do that. They just want to see it. They want to make sure you're not going to wig out. You're not going to go crazy and try to cut it out yourself or anything like that. That's what they're interested in. So ICE and Border Patrol will be funded separately through reconciliation package. Senate Republicans put together a $72 billion package. On Thursday, Democrat and Demon Rat Republican staffers met with the Senate parliamentarian to go through the reconciliation package. It should have been pre-approved already. She said the Obama-era Senate parliamentarian struck down key provisions. Main Border Patrol funding, additional Department of Homeland Security appropriation, and border security and technology screening. Republicans have to go back to the Senate with new language, according to Punchbowl News. Oh, so DHS isn't funded then. Border Patrol's not funded. Yeah, so a process that was explicitly created for a funding fight has ruled that a bill funding government agencies wasn't a funding bill. Yes. Yeah, because it's the Democrats don't want it funded. It's unbelievably sad that I can't look at any charity now without thinking of them as absolute criminals stealing our hard-earned money, so I no longer trust or donate to any of them. Yeah, it's true. You got to really know before you donate to anybody. You really do. You got to really check into it because, you never know. You don't know what they're going to pull. You don't know. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to find. The Senate referee decided several provisions would violate Senate rules if they remained in the text, which likely forced them to overhaul the language. She found 3 provisions in the Homeland Security and governmental agencies title ran afoul of strict rules. Really? Who made up these rules? So it's nuts. It's nuts that this keeps happening. Yeah. Daily Caller just says Democrat appointed Senate official puts up roadblocks on latest reconciliation funding. Fire this. Why isn't she not fired? Why is she friends with John Roberts? That's weird. Why is John Thune doing this? So the Senate parliamentarian rules against some immigration enforcement funding. Oh, Clark County. Yeah, Clark County. He's in a Clark County commissioner or something like that in the 70s. And then he became a senator in the 80s, I believe, or 90s. Late 80s, early 90s. I mean, he might have started out as a cop. They were basically, let's put it this way. All of Nevada, all the government, all the police forces, the sheriff's offices, all these things were all corrupt on the take in the 60s, 70s, 80s. They were. Yeah, tap that like button. Just tap it in. Tap, tap-a-roo. Tap, tap-a-ring-a-rung-a-runga. Good old Clark County. Mitch McConnell makes the rules. So that's crazy. So what's going on now? We're going to go another shutdown again? This is crazy. I mean, something's got to change, man. Something's got to change. And then this is Harvey Weinstein's 3rd rape trial ends in a mistrial again. Yeah. Lawmakers can't make proper process legislation. I guess not. I guess not. Just Dawn is here. Where's she at? Hey, there she is. Hey, what's up, Ginger? How you doing? Great to see you. Thanks for being here tonight. Many Clark counties and all are worthless. Oh, what's this? So this is going to be about this Harvey Weinstein attorney is going to talk about cameras in the courtroom. We'll get this real quick. Why not?
Let's bring in now Donna Rotuno, a criminal defense attorney and Fox News contributor. It's been more than an hour now of deliberations
she got a long neck.
For this judge. You
Look
know,
at how
Andrew
long her
Stokowski
neck is.
said he
Look at
doesn't
that.
think we're going to
Like,
get
that's like
an
a long
answer
neck. She's got
today.
like a long neck.
What do you make? How do you read that this has been going on for now more than an hour? And what do you think is going to happen?
Well, obviously, all sides here involved, and we don't just have.
Okay, is that a man? I'm sorry. Is that a man? Is that an Adam's apple that I see? And is that a man? Swan-like? I was like complimenting the neck, but now I'm starting to wonder if that's a man. That's a very deep voice. That really looks like an Adam's apple right there, doesn't it?
The prosecutors and the defense, we have the media and their positions. So they're all making their points, and the judge is, I'm sure, listening very intently. He is a very belabored person. You can tell by watching him. He pays a lot of attention. He seems to be very intentional. And so I'm sure he's asking good questions, and I'm sure he's listening to anything that they have to say. They've all provided their motions to the court. The court has read their legal arguments. I'm sure he was very prepared, not only with questions based on what they provided to the court, but what they're telling the court today. And he's going to take those things into consideration. And it's quite possible that he thought he was going to be able to decide today, and then he'll hear something that maybe makes him say, I want to think about this a little bit. So I think we will get an answer from him quickly, depending on how long these hearings go. If the hearings end today, then I would think that we will get answers from him today. But if they go longer than he anticipated, and remember, it's earlier there, we may just get a decision later this evening or sometime tomorrow.
You know, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, has made it very clear and very publicly that she wants this to be broadcasted. She wants transparency to the fullest degree. And it's not just for her and her family, but she wants it for the Turning Point organization and for all the people out there that have some crazy conspiracy theories spreading online about what actually happened here with Charlie Kirk. How much does what she want weigh on this judge? How much is he listening to that, the opinion, the wants and desires of the widow involved in this?
Well, I think it will weigh on him heavily, and it definitely weighs on the state's argument to ask for cameras in the courtroom, because if she wants it, then their position normally is that's what should happen. You know, this is a situation where, as we've moved further on, as time has gone on, it's more and more common now to have cameras in state court. The federal system hasn't caught up with that yet, but I do think at some point we'll see it on the federal side too. This is something that our society just looks for now. The world is different. We have so much at our fingertips and in our phones. And if you don't provide the truth, then the other stories and the conspiracy theories are the things that get the fire. And so the problem is when those things catch speed and those are the things that people are hearing online, then the truth is also not being put out, or the facts and the evidence. And that's what a courtroom is. A courtroom is a place where the facts and the evidence play out. And the prosecutor's job in a courtroom is to seek justice, whatever that is. Justice doesn't mean get a conviction. Justice means let the facts play out as they are, let the evidence play out as they are, and then the jury decides based on that evidence. That's what justice is. So that's where the courtroom cameras would be very helpful, because people would see the actual facts and evidence, not some blogger or podcaster's opinion about what this evidence
I have my
looks like,
opinions.
when frankly, all of us haven't seen a lot of it yet. So I do think that it would be very helpful to everyone, and frankly, the defendant himself, if the true evidence and the things that they've gathered along the way are what we see. We will see cameras. We will see text messages. We will see everything that happened out on
Hey, what's up, Garfield?
the
How you doing?
college campus that day. We will listen to all of the GPS movements. I mean, you will be able to see tangible, true evidence about what took place on that day. And then you'll make a decision if you think Mr. Robinson is guilty or not. And that's how it is supposed to work.
That's how it's supposed to work, they say. So cameras in court, some society looks for now. The judge in Harvey Weinstein's rape retrial declared a mistrial
In
on
Naples,
Friday.
every family has a unique story.
While the former Hollywood mogul has been convicted of other sex crimes on 2 U.S. coasts and remains behind bars, the mistrial leaves New York rape charge in limbo after 3 trials. 3 trials. If she's a man, she's an attractive man. Okay. She hasn't watched Jim's show. No, she hasn't. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. If she watched my show, then she'd be like, yeah, the podcasters know what they're talking about. The jury deadlocked after deliberating on whether Weinstein raped Jessica Mann in 2013. Hey, look at this. Why is it coming in like this? Thank you so much. Garfield gifted 5 Jim Tells You memberships. Thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Wow, that means now we are $69 away from adding a second additional hour. Thank you so much, Garfield. Wow. Thank you so much. Let's see. It says Rogue Gunfighter received a gift of membership. Masonic 33. Scott Man Potter. Brandon Lesko 69. And Daniel Rohrher 7857. Thank you so much, Garfield, for the 5 gifted memberships. Wow. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you so much, Garfield. Wow, that's a big, big help. Thank you. Yes, the Finch, yes. Yay, Garfield's Bazaar. Thank you. Just like that, now we're only 69 away, and we got like almost another hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes of show at least, something like that. So 69 and another hour. We might end up having a long night tonight. Thank God I've got a bunch of stories to cover. So after the hearing testimony 3 separate times, 2 different juries were unable to reach a unanimous decision. Maybe it's time for the district attorney to stop retrying the same case and focus resources on actual crimes impacting New Yorkers, a spokesperson for Weinstein told Fox News Digital. And the guy's already going to die in jail. Don't just let it go already. During his latest trial, Weinstein's legal team argued the encounter with Mann was consensual. They have emphasized that Mann subsequently continued seeing Weinstein and expressed warmth towards him. Mann has said that she was mired in complicated feelings about him herself and what had happened. Things reportedly changed for the hairstylist in 2017 when other women came forward with allegations. Today's decision to declare a mistrial doesn't in any way detract from the truth I told and the violent crimes Harvey Weinstein committed upon me and so many others. Is this somebody? I mean, I don't know. Is this somebody that just jumped on a bandwagon trying to get paid and trying to get something because she was, in a relationship with them or, having some kind of relationship with them? It kind of seems like it, doesn't it? Doesn't it kind of seem that way, what they're saying? She had complicated feelings. I thought Weinstein was already convicted. He's already been convicted twice, but one of the cases got thrown out. And this is a case that they've tried 3 times. They couldn't get a conviction. It's the 3rd time they've tried this case in New York. So for years, I've had to relive some of the hardest moments of my life while facing attempts to shame, humiliate, and discredit me. I submitted myself to the highest standards of transparency and accountability in coming forward. The power of predators remains too great. I deserve justice, which is why I stood up and faced unbearable public scrutiny in the name of a greater good. I wonder how much she got paid. The jury had heard 3 weeks of testimony, with Mann testifying over the course of 5 days. The jury had indicated a deadlock Friday morning, but the judge directed them to continue deliberating. Shortly after, Farber declared a mistrial. While we're disappointed the proceedings ended in a mistrial, we deeply respect the jury system and sincerely thank all the jurors. New York Attorney General Alvin the Scumbag Bragg said in a statement, for nearly a decade, Mann had fought for justice. Over the course of many weeks during 3 separate trials. Yeah. Well, you ever think maybe it's just go, yeah, we're not doing this anymore? I mean, at what point is enough? Can they just keep doing this over and over again and have 20 trials that he has to keep paying for or keep going to court and they can't convict him because, people go, wait a minute, one day it was not consensual, but then 10 days after it was consensual, and then another day it wasn't, and this day it was, and it wasn't, and it went going back and forth. They kept seeing each other. She kept texting him how she loved him and wanted to be with them because that was what happened. We'll consider our next steps in consultation with Ms. Mann in consideration of Weinstein's pending sentencing following last year's conviction for assaulting Miriam Haley. As always, we continue to prosecute crimes of sexual violence, no matter who the defendant is. They do these cases so they don't have to go after the people that are actually out there committing crimes on a daily basis. Pistons won already? Oh, that was a short game. Weinstein's conviction was first overturned in 2024 in a 4-3 decision. The appeals court found the trial judge allowed prosecutors to call women who said Weinstein had assaulted them to testify, even though their accusations did not specifically relate to the entertainment mogul's charges. Yeah, they just brought in a bunch of people, just kind of like they did to Murdaugh. They brought in a bunch of evidence that wasn't relevant to the case, like people that were never brought charges against him. Just people just going, yeah, he did it to me too. Oh, he did it to you too. Yeah, me too. Oh, you too. Okay, well, he must be guilty then. I don't know. He sounds like a real scumbag. I just don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's so hard to determine where the truth lies in these situations. At the time, he was acquitted of first-degree rape and 2 counts of predatory sexual assault stemming from actor Annabella Sciorra's allegations of rape in the 90s. He has denied ever engaging in non-consensual sex. A former film producer was known for his influential career in Hollywood before his widely publicized fall from grace. He's the co-founder of Miramax and later the Weinstein Company, both of which have produced many commercially successful films and won accolades from the Academy Awards. He was one of the biggest figures in the Me Too movement after being accused of sexually assault and rape by more than 80 women. After his sentencing in 2020, he was extradited to California to face assault charges made by 4 women in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills. In December 22, he was found guilty of rape, forced oral copulation, and other sexual misconduct involving a woman known as Jane Doe 1, sentenced to 16 years in prison. Weinstein's legal team has vowed to appeal that conviction as well. Shameless activity for adults, tax money, hard at waste, judiciary incompetence, a real thing. We're just feeding the system. Yeah. That's all that's going on. That's all that's going on. Yeah. Jury deadlock. Judge declares a mistrial. Harvey Weinstein's third sex crimes trial ends in mistrial as all 4 female jurors vote to acquit. So all 4 female jurors vote to acquit. Wow. So there was some other person, probably a woke liberal that said don't. You know, like, no, it must be guilty because me too. Me too, me too, me too. All right. So I don't know. Like I said, Harvey Weinstein's a scumbag. I'm not in any way defending Harvey Weinstein. All right. I've heard so many stories about Harvey Weinstein, but I don't know where the truth lies. Because it seems weird that all these allegations came out all at once after years and years and years and years and years. It just seems weird to me. I don't know. You know, I mean, it was widely known in the entertainment industry going all the way back to the 1920s when it first started, when Hollywood first became a thing, that there was a casting couch, and that if you were an actress, you'd be like, well, you know, if you slept with the producer or director, you would get a part, and that was what was going on. And it was, you know, if someone willingly exchanges sex for a job or sex for money, that's a prostitute. That's not a rape victim. But, you know, hey, that's my opinion. I don't know. I could be wrong. He's creepy either way. I agree. Really creepy. What it takes to get a job. Yeah, I mean, it was a power play. They saw their opportunity to dump him. Yeah. The girls in Hollywood knew what the business was like. Yeah, I don't, you know. Hollywood knew all about it. Sex MacFarlane and joked about it. Meryl Streep called Harvey God in her acceptance speech. I'm saying there was something, I think, right, when Brett, like, what's her name? Gwyneth Paltrow, supposedly Harvey tried something with her and Brad Pitt threatened him. I think that those were rumors. I don't know. Like I said, which came first, the seductive new starlet begging for a role or the corrupt producer manipulated with power? I mean, there's scenes in the movie The Godfather about, you know, in the beginning, you know, the guy that gets the horse's head in his bed, Waltz. There's scenes that they cut out of the movie that are in the director's cut, which you can go and look at on YouTube. You can pull them up. They're cut scenes that cut out where basically Waltz was a pedo and he had a little girl that he was doing stuff to. And that's what they used against him and tried to threaten him with, and he didn't care. And then that's why the Don, when he found out about the girl was true, he's like, oh no, this guy's got to go. And that's why they put did the thing. So they knew in like 1970, they knew about it then. Cheap tricks that cost. The oldest professional in the world is on trial too. Yeah. So next story here. FBI brings Iraqi man accused of coordinating nearly 20 terror attacks in Europe to face trial in the U.S. Now I don't understand, okay? I'm not a lawyer, all right? I do play one on the internet sometimes, but I'm not a lawyer. Why is it the U.S.'s responsibility to try a guy in the U.S. for 20 terror attacks in Europe? Why are we bringing him to the U.S. to face charges? Why are we just worried that Europe won't charge him? I mean, what's going on? I feel like they should have apprehended the guy after the first attack. Yeah, right? Laura Wembley, you got a gift membership. How do you rate? OG Mob is the best mob. It's the only thing you can sell and still own. Roman Polanski still can't return to the U.S. for the pedo stuff. Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of strange time. I mean, a lot of sick people and a lot of stuff that was acceptable. Like, I mean, the stories about Brooke Shields and what was going on with her, like back, like when she was first making it on the scene. And there was another one. She was like 13, 14 years old and she was going to these parties and doing stuff. And then there's another one. What's her name? Like, there's a girl whose father was a famous actor, and maybe they don't like the optics of trying him in a Jewish court. Oh, is that what this is? Blue Lagoon. Yeah, Blue Lagoon. Drew Barrymore. No, there's another one. There's another one. There's another famous one. There's another famous one. Not Drew Barrymore. There's another famous one whose father was a really famous actor, and there was some weird stuff with like the there's some weird stuff with the father, and I can't think of the name. Like right around Tatum. Yeah, Tatum. That's it. Tatum. Yep. Tatum O'Neal. And the father was John O'Neal, right? Or Houston. Lolita. Yeah. Jodie Foster. Yeah. Woody Allen. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this stuff is widely known. Jewish targets attacked. I'm just assuming. Oh, okay. So Mohammed al-Saidi allegedly coordinated attacks against Jewish targets for pro-Iranian group Ashab al-Yaman since March. Total random gifts. Have to turn on gifts in the channel settings. Yes. Chinatown. Yeah. Chinatown was. Yeah. Oh, here we go. So this is a video here.
And with that, we're joined by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. General Blanche, good to have you with us today. Thank you for joining me.
Of course.
So tell me a little bit about how he was arrested, al-Saidi, and how was he brought to this country? Was he already in the United States? What can you share on that, Attorney General?
So this was a remarkable effort by our FBI, Director Patel leadership, and our international partners, and we were able to intercept and get in the middle of this man's attempts to wreak havoc and terrorize not only the United States, Canada, Europe, and so we were able to introduce an undercover, working with our law enforcement partners. So I think what our U.S. attorney just said is dead on, that President Trump's leadership around the world allows us to have the credibility and the partnerships to allow us to work with folks overseas, and that's what happened here. So he was brought here and appeared in court earlier today, and it is on the one hand should be very alarming to the people in this country that there are men around the world trying to exact this sort of terror. On the other hand, it shows the success of good law enforcement work and good police work and working hard to protect our borders, which is what we do every single day. And so this investigation is ongoing. It's just a complaint. I expect the next steps will be an indictment, and obviously we're still investigating and going to make sure that anybody that was involved with him will be brought to justice as well.
Well, I hope so. Get them all.
In Iraq, and when was he brought to the United States?
He was recently brought to the United States. I want to be careful talking about the operation, so I don't put anybody in danger.
We rendition him.
But it's enough to say that this was an effort that included not only the FBI but our law enforcement partners overseas as well.
Yeah, great work on their part. Can you tell us how imminent this synagogue attack in New York City was? And we understand that there were many plans that he was overseeing, but how imminent was this attack?
Well, if you look at what the complaint alleges there, and again, it was with an undercover. And so we were able to introduce an undercover, but there was an expectation that this would happen very, very soon, and that it would happen, not in years to come, but now. And so if you accept the complaint talking about how his goal was to try to stop the United States from the work that we're doing in Iran, then obviously he wanted it done as soon as possible. So this was a real serious terrorist threat to this country, and I want to thank the FBI, and we should all thank the FBI and the prosecutors in New York for really putting together a good case and stopping this.
Yeah, we're seeing some images of the arrest
because we're
and
better
the
people, I
movement,
guess. We're not.
by the
We don't just
FBI
kill people, I
of the
guess.
suspect that we just got in, Attorney General. It also says in the complaint at least one other expected to be brought to and arrested by the SDNY. What can you tell us about that?
Tell the story. Tell that story.
Well, as the complaint lays out, he was not acting alone. We don't believe that, and it wasn't just the undercover. And so co-conspirators were obviously actively investigating and going to try to bring everybody to justice. And I don't want to get ahead of the men and women of the FBI doing their work and tip our hand there. But I assure you that in the coming days and weeks, to the extent that there's other folks that we catch involved, you will hear from us.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this is a huge concern because Iran feels pushed back on their heels. There have been, these tremendous attacks that have decimated their conventional military. And we know just in their own history, in their DNA, is to resort to terrorism and to use these proxies to do exactly that, to attack Americans. So, what would you say to the American public? Should they change their behavior in any way as you look at you know better than the rest of us, the dimension of this threat?
Look, this is
okay. I agree with you. Amazing disgrace. Of course, we're better. Why should it benefit someone that hates us and wants to kill us? I wouldn't have had any problem if this guy would have just been, if he would have got the Obama treatment, if you know what I mean. What Obama used to do. That probably, but it's quite possible they wanted to bring him here because they want to make him talk. They want him to name names. They want him to name people in Iran who he was working for. They want to show how Iran, this could be all part of showing how Iran is still doing terrorist stuff, still doing things. And that's, another reason why we have to stop Iran. Maybe that's why.
This is exactly why President Trump is doing what he's doing, why he's protecting the American people. He has said that there is no scenario under which he will allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah,
why is that?
Well,
at least in large part, it's what we saw today, because we have a country that for decades and decades has wanted nothing more than to destroy.
Occasionally, amazing disgrace. Every once in a while, I do make a good point. I get, like they say, even a one-legged, even a three-legged dog will get a bone once in a while. Or what's the saying? Something about every dog has their day and something like that. I don't know. Yeah. I see you.
The United States of America. And so President Trump is saying, stop it. And not surprising, there's resistance to that. And this was one example of that today. But the resolve of our military, the resolve of President Trump and this administration is done exactly to stop this type of conduct. And so this is a stark reminder of why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, it looks like a great
even a blind squirrel
operation,
can find a
and we
nut.
hope that it's fruitful in terms of bringing in anyone else who's linked to it, because clearly this is a very obvious and prevalent threat that we face here as Americans. I want to ask you about the Raul Castro indictment and where that stands. We know that John Ratcliffe, the head of the CIA, was in Cuba on the ground with some of Castro's folks, let's say, the other day. Where is this going, Attorney General?
Well, there's absolutely no public information around any indictment that's been leaked or discussed on various news outlets. And I assure you, and I assure the American people, that if and when there's a time to talk about that, we will. Obviously, what we are doing in Florida, what we're doing here with respect to Cuba, is something that's been happening for a long time, and we're not slowing down. And you've heard our Secretary of State and President Trump talk about what we're doing in Cuba. But as far as any rumors around an indictment, I can't comment on that.
All right. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, thank you very much, sir. Great to have you.
Okay. An Iraqi man is accused of orchestrating nearly 20 terrorist attacks across Europe and plotting attacks on Jewish institutions in the United States has been brought to New York to face federal terrorism charges after what the FBI described as a major international operation. So I guess we renditioned his ass. Yes. Hail, Florida. Yeah. Since early March, Mohammed Bakr Syed Dawood al-Sadi and his associates allegedly planned and coordinated 18 attacks in the name of Ashab al-Yami, pro-Iranian Islamist group that's taken credit for attacks against Jewish schools, synagogues, and charities in Europe, as well as American, Israeli, and Iranian opposition targets, according to the FBI. Bella looks like she partied a little too hard. Yeah, she's resting. So the FBI successful foreign transfer of custody, FTOC, of Mohammed al-Saidi, another high-value target responsible for mass global terrorism, is just the latest success in this administration's historic work to bring terrorists to justice, said FBI Director Kash Patel in a statement. This was a righteous mission executed brilliantly by our agents and investigators, the CIRG tactical units and interagency partners who delivered yet again. Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty. Frisky Kitty was just out here. We greatly appreciate the work of our allies around the world. Especially Ambassador Tom Barak, who led this joint sequenced operation that's been instrumental in bringing a successful mission home to the United States. On March 9th, al-Saidi allegedly posted a message to his Telegram account with the logo of Ashab al-Yami, calling on warriors of Islam to engage in jihad. That's kind of I don't know. Remember when we used to watch FBI shows and liked them? Yeah, remember FBI used to be like FBI stories and FBI files. He posted Ashab al-Yami branded propaganda videos claiming responsibility for the attacks, including video recordings from the attacks against Jewish places or persons in Belgium, the Netherlands, United Kingdom, and according to federal prosecutors. Miss playing with son? You saved a post from X, now you can't find it. Ever since Europe started importing more migrants from the Middle East, North Africa, terror attacks in Europe began to increase. Gee, I wonder if there's a correlation. Your son's dog, you need to find another dog. The FBI said it took action after learning he was planning to expand al-Shab al-Yamen's operations to the United States. He allegedly directed other individuals in an attempt to coordinate terrorist attacks in the United States against synagogues and other Jewish institutions across the country. He allegedly publicly threatened Donald Trump and his family. Well, that was a dumb move. That was a very dumb move. Come here, kitty, kitty. What do you want, kitty? He was expected to appear in New York federal court on Friday on 6 terrorism charges, including terrorism charges in New York, including conspiracy to provide material support for terrorist groups. So they got one. They got him. New York Post just has terror commander accused of role in 20 attacks in Europe and Canada hauled in New York City court after threatening targeting Americans. So, same story. I mean, we're not going to read it all, but so he has ties to Iran's military. He's been hauled, so he was ties to the IRGC. This guy Mohammed Bakr Syed Dawood al-Sadi is accused commander of terrorist organization linked to the IRGC. There you go. There they are laughing about it. They think it's funny. They're like, oh, we're going to kill Americans. Look, there's the guy, Bakr Dawood has ties to Hezbollah, was arrested in charge of carrying out attacks in Europe. There he is. He attempted to disrupt American society through intimidation and violence. Same thing here on CBS. Terror plot targeting Jewish institutions and New York City and beyond. Prominent synagogue target and alleged terror plot. Iraqi national allegedly plotted to carry out terror attacks in the U.S., including Jewish institutions in New York, federal prosecutors said on Friday. Let's just do real quick. We'll see this right here, this story, and see if it...
Download Vinted.
Authorities say terrorists were ready to strike right here in New York, plotting to blow up a New York synagogue, in addition to planning many more strikes around the country and world. But now an arrest in the case, a suspect faced a judge today in Lower Manhattan Court. Alice Gaynor is live with more. Alice.
That's right. That 32-year-old was taken into custody in Turkey and brought here to our area last night. In court today, his attorney said his client is being held in solitary confinement at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. The defendant entered the courtroom smiling today and continued to do so throughout the proceeding.
Muhammad Bakr Saeed Dawood al-Saidi smiled as the judge read the 6 counts in the criminal complaint against him, including conspiracy to provide material support for acts of terrorism and conspiracy to bomb a place of public use. Al-Saidi was allegedly involved in the planning and execution of 18 terrorist attacks in Europe and 2 in Canada against U.S. and Israeli interests in retaliation for the U.S. and Israel's military actions against Iran. And he posted propaganda videos about the attacks on social media. According to the complaint, al-Saidi told an undercover law enforcement officer he next wanted to target a prominent Jewish synagogue in New York City and Jewish institutions in Los Angeles, California, and Scottsdale, Arizona, and would pay 10 grand, asking whether it was possible to, quote, set the 3 locations on fire at the same time. According to the complaint, when the alleged attack was scheduled to happen last month, the undercover officer sent video that there was police presence on the block by the New York synagogue, and while al-Saidi asked for an update on the attack, he did not receive a response. The NYPD commissioner released a statement that reads in part, quote, we disrupted a plan to attack a Manhattan synagogue and, in partnership with the synagogue's leadership, ensured its security when the threat was elevated. Prosecutors say al-Saidi is a leader of Kataib Hezbollah, an Iraqi terrorist organization whose goal is to establish an Iran-aligned government in Iraq. Pictures from a Snapchat account, they say, show him with Qasem Soleimani, commander of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who was killed in a U.S. military strike in 2020. His attorney says he's being punished for that alleged relationship.
He's essentially being subjected to a political prosecution, and that he's a prisoner of war and should be treated as such.
A prisoner of war. Oh.
If convicted, he faces up to life in prison. His next court date is later this month outside federal court in Lower Manhattan. Alice Gaynor, CBS News, New York.
All right, Alice, thanks.
She had a nice neck. Her neck wasn't as long as that last one. Her neck wasn't as long as that last one. The last one was really long. All right. All right. So, yeah, so they're bringing terrorists here. Why they brought him here? I guess because he was plotting to hit something in the U.S. and they knew about it. Where did they say where they got him from? Did they say they got him from Turkey? Is that what they said? Or like, where'd they get him from? Did I miss it? Did I miss where they got him from? It's funny. Oh, so you're saying he should be treated as a prisoner of war. Really? British intelligence has been investigating a group tied to al-Shadi and was aware of its design to expand to the U.S. The prosecutors alleged April 1st he was recorded on a phone call asking how much it would cost to hire someone to carry out a bombing operation in the U.S. We can provide him with a... okay. He put in contact with an undercover agent. They said they could provide cryptocurrency. They agreed to a price of $10,000 in cryptocurrency to carry out the attack. He sent the undercover $3,000 as a down payment, along with a demand the attack be carried on April 6th. Well, so I guess they got him. They got him. All right, on to another story of terrorism we got here. Iran probably has multiple sleeper agents in the country. Wouldn't be super surprised. Yeah, it was foiled. Yeah. I not want to feed the trolls. Don't feed any trolls. I don't feed trolls. And the bar. Yes, I agree. So DOJ seeks death penalty against a man who gunned down 2 Israeli embassy staff outside the Jewish Museum in D.C. This happened a while ago. Jim is my go-to for neck appraisal. Oh, okay. This happened a while ago. This actually when this happened, Joe was very upset by it. Joe was like saying, like, I'm going to leave the U.S. This is crazy. We have this stuff going on. I was like, dude, he was very upset by it. But I forgot. We've been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I need to reset the goal on YouTube for another hour. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to reset the goal on YouTube for another hour, and we'll add that we are $69 away from adding a second additional hour. So we'll start another goal, 20 super chats of Teal for 1 hour. And we'll say this and this and do this. Come down here, put this here, do this. So for everyone, $100 in total donations across all platforms, we extend the show by 1 hour. We are currently $69 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. So thank you all, and keep in mind, we got about an hour and 15 minutes left. A little more than an hour and 15 minutes or so left. Unless we hit the goal, another 69, and we'll add another hour to the show. Garfield says, I used to troll Jim, but Jim turned out to be a pretty cool guy, so now I'm a fan. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Department of Justice on Friday announced it will seek the death penalty against the man who gunned down the young Jewish couple in D.C. last year. Last May 30-year-old Elias Rodriguez of Chicago, Illinois, was arrested after gunning down 2 Israeli embassy staff members outside the Jewish Museum in D.C. Gallows, wall, blade. Well, they did bring back firing squad. So the soon-to-be engaged couple, Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram, 26, were killed as they left an American Jewish Committee event at Capitol Jewish Museum. Rodriguez shouted, "Free, free Palestine," as he was taken into custody. Last summer, Jeanine Pirro announced a D.C. grand jury returned a 9-count indictment against Rodriguez. Count 1, murder of a foreign official under 18 U.S.C. 116 for the murder of a 30-year-old foreign official employed by the government of Israel. Counts 2 and 3 are hate crimes resulting in a death because of actual or perceived nation of origin. Counts 4 and 5, discharging a firearm during a crime of violence. That neck looked fine. Yes, it did. If Jim can't make it, you can be his standby. Oh, okay. Hey, Cool Frog. What's up, buddy? Thanks for being here. 6 and 7, first-degree murder while armed. 8 and 9, assault with the intent to kill. Hey, what's up, Dan? No worries, man. Glad you're here. You too, Joe. Good seeing you tonight. Thanks, everyone's here. Ken Krause says, you're so fatigued. I'm fatigued too, Ken Krause. I hate to break it to you. I am really fatigued about the stuff. We saw the stuff with earlier in the show, we talked about there was a case in Portland of a guy who got stabbed. What's 6, 7, what? Count 6 and 7. I'm going to look at 6 and 7, first-degree murder while armed. 8 and 9. On Friday, Pirro announced her office is seeking the death penalty. Let me be clear. Anyone who commits acts of political violence in the nation's capital will face the full force of the law. I'm definitely fatigued, though. Jim has a new goal. Things happen when I step away for a couple of minutes. Well, no, we already had. I just redid the goal. Like, I wait till the goal expires, and then I reset it. Hey, look at this. The meme 6-7. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's from Soft Park. 6-7, 6-7. Yeah, okay, I get it. Joe comes in with $2. Says, Jim, don't spend it all in one spot. Rally. Thank you, Joe. With that generous $2 from Joe, we are just $67. 6-7, 6-7 away. 6-7, 6-7, 6s and 7s, 6s and 7s. Have you heard about the case in Tennessee? Chad the Builder's arrested. Yeah, we talked about it yesterday. Me and Joe talked about it, and with Bronca came on, and we talked about it. I think it's going to come down to what happened, like what really happened. Like, if like I don't. What do you mean goal not updated? I just updated. The goal's updated. It's updated on YouTube. And it's updated in the scroll. It says 56. We got another 56 minutes. We're 69 away. I can only change it. I can't keep erasing it and changing it because it'll reset to the hour again. Next could be elegant. It depends on proportion, but Adam Shifty Shift is a watermelon on a toothpick. Woof. Definitely not a way of making a living, Chud. Yeah, like the whole Chud thing, like from what I understand about it, he wasn't even recording or doing his bit. He was coming out of court. He had a court date. The guy knew who he was, came up to him, said something to him. And then Chud walked away, and then the guy came running up to him, attacked him, and then they were struggling on the ground, and shots were fired. If that's what happened, I think it kind of looks like self-defense. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everyone's trying to say like, oh, he's a racist. He says, well, it doesn't just if a guy's a racist, that doesn't give somebody the right to come up to him and start beating on him, knocking him to the ground and beating on him. That's my opinion. But we saw the case earlier today. We talked about it in Portland where a guy came up with a knife on a guy's back and the guy stabbed the guy, and the guy called him the N-word, and they said, well, you called him the N-word afterwards, so that means you're racist, so he had a right to stab you, basically. What? Jules is fed and content watching Bella. Oh, that's awesome. After extensive review of the facts and the law, my office. Oh, so it's a video. So we'll play it. We'll play it. Biggest worries the DC jury, they're complete commies. Oh yeah.
And as we approach finally the 250th anniversary, I want to be clear. My message to anyone who seeks to commit political violence in this district, DC is not the place. You will be held accountable and you will face the full wrath of the law. And just this morning, before I came here, we filed notice that my office will seek death against the defendant, Elias Rodriguez, for the killing of 2 young Israeli embassy staff members at the Capitol Jewish Museum.
Okay. So there's that with that. Here's Fox 5 DC. Pirro announces tougher DC curfew enforcement, death penalty effort, and embassy staff shooting. So Pirro made remarks during a news conference focused on security and crime. Where's the news conference? Hold on. Let me see. Is there a video of the news conference? Where's the fucking news conference? Why don't you have the news conference in here, you dummies? So Pirro said her office can work with law enforcement. Curfew enforcement. Pirro said her office is looking ways to crack down on juvenile crime in the district, including curfew violations. The move comes amid concerns about youth crime and public safety. Yeah, they got to do something about these youth takeovers. Isn't the Portland case ex post facto? Yeah, but it's a jury decided that the jury decided that the guy was not guilty, but it was self-defense because after he stabbed the guy, he said the N-word. Even though the guy claimed that I was just coming up to trade him my knife for his cigarettes. So he came up with his knife out like this at the guy, and the guy jumped back, hey, what are you doing? Whatever. And he stabbed him and stuff. And then the guy called him the N-word after he stabbed him. And so, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's how he traded the knife. He wanted to give him the knife multiple times. Just give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him multiple times for the cigarettes, I guess. That's Portland, though. That's Portland. I wouldn't go anywhere near Portland. Bronca understanding. Yeah. So that's what's going on there. All right. Now we got some stuff. Trump got a bunch of stuff. Now we're going to get into stuff about China. and that we're gonna get into a bunch of stuff about Trump leaving.
Some of the official vehicles coming onto the airport tarmac there. And we await the arrival of the president. It looks like they will be pulling up momentarily now. So we'll watch this. And as we conclude what has been a
lot of shows of respect, the cultural sites he was brought to.
As he walks back in with a
because you saw
and other officials during this trip.
Hey, what's up, Grizzly? How you doing, man? Thanks for being here tonight.
Yeah, and the Taiwanese have a domestic problem there too.
I wouldn't go
the
to any of those
administration
places.
has been urging them to fulfill the purchases of American armaments that their own parliament had been slow walking because it is ruled by the opposition party to the Taiwanese president. And you had American officials saying that would be a concession to China if you didn't fulfill this this purchase. And that's been on the minds of the U.S. side of this thing. So I think that the president, though, making very clear that Taiwan was not up for negotiation, not even as a piece of leverage to get some help with the Iran issue, left the Chinese feeling frustrated. And you saw a warning of potential direct conflict, clashes if the Taiwan issue was not managed properly. That is what the readout said. Obviously, they did not get what they wanted from President Trump. And worth crediting him also, there were a lot of Democrats back home in America that were warning that he was going to sell out Taiwan. That did not happen.
Jackie, back to the question of Iran now, which obviously is a huge issue that President Trump still has to deal with. With your conversations at the White House, do you get it?
I don't really like Jackie Heinrich at all. So Trump touts fantastic trade deals as China visit ends. President Trump on Friday hailed his China trip as incredible and said Washington and Beijing had reached fantastic trade deals as his two-day summit with Chinese President Xi Jinping concluded in Beijing. Speaking ahead of a lunch meeting with Xi at Zhongnanhai, the walled Communist Party leadership complex in central Beijing, Trump said the talks had yielded major progress on trade, though he did not announce any concrete agreements. It's been an incredible visit, Trump told reporters from an ornate pavilion overlooking a lake with landscape gardens. Here's a kitty cat, see? There's a kitty. Oh, Bella wants the kitty now. Bella wants the kitty. Neither side has released details on agreements, but Trump told Fox News that Beijing has committed to purchase soybeans, liquefied natural gas, and 200 Boeing aircraft. He also said China would invest hundreds of billions of dollars in companies led by executives who joined him on the trip. Well, we really want China investing in Apple and Tesla and SpaceX and all this stuff and NVIDIA, because that just means they're going to steal all the technology. Yes, China will just steal our technology. They allow American companies into their country to copy their tech, and they kick them out once they get what they want. That's exactly what happens. Like, what are we doing here? What is going on? What are we doing? Why would we want them to invest? That means they're going to get the information. They're going to have people in there. They're going to steal all the stuff. This is nuts. I mean, we're going to have to get rid of China. We're going to have to stop with China. We're going to have to stop with China. You know, they're not our friend. Extra syrup. I love extra syrup on my pancakes. I love Bella and look like Abby, your son's dog. That's awesome. In addition to trade, Trump said the two leaders feel very similar about the situation in Iran. We don't want them having nuclear weapons. We want the straits open. Straits through which 20% of global oil supplies pass has been largely blocked. We settle a lot of differences that other people wouldn't have been able to settle. China rarely hosts foreign leaders at the Communist Party compound. that occupies a significant place in history of the U.S.-China relations. Nixon met leader Mao Zedong there in 1972, helping pave the way for normalization of the ties between the two countries during the Cold War. You want out? Is that a cat? You want out of the room? Hold on one second. I got to let the cat out the room. I got to let the cat out the room. Hold on. Come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on. Come on, kitty, kitty, kitty. Come on. Bella. Bella, that's not nice. That was not very nice, Bella. That was not very nice, Bella. Get over there and lay down. Let the kitty cat go. You lay down. Come on. Leave the kitty alone. Go on, Frisky. Go on. That was not very nice at all, Bella. That was not very nice at all, Bella. Jules liked your cat. She looked hard. Okay. Yeah. Bella chased the cat when I went to open the door. Oh no, our dog is in trouble. No, she's not in trouble. She just she doesn't like the cat, getting attention from me. She's very jealous, dog. China is currently the biggest threat facing the United States in the 21st century. They're infiltrating American academia and Hollywood. Yes, they are. Dumb Nixon and China was collapsing before he did that. Yeah, he did it. He did it like to try and isolate Russia, Soviet Union. That's crazy. During the meeting, Xi said the two sides had reached important common understandings on maintaining stable economic and trade ties, expanding practical cooperation. Neither side publicly addressed Taiwan on Friday after Xi warned during Thursday's opening talks that the self-governing island was the most important issue in bilateral ties that could trigger clashes or even conflicts if mishandled. Well, yeah, if China tries to take over Taiwan by force, it's going to lead to a war. Sorry. China claims Taiwan is its territory, and Taiwan has never been under control of the communist Chinese or anything. It's never been part of. So prior to World War II, it was under Japanese control. Those islands were Japanese. China claims Taiwan is its territory, vow to bring the island of 23 million people under its control. What Beijing said on Taiwan is nothing new, but it's interesting that they led its summit was still ongoing. Let's see how Trump responds. What about the pending arms sales to Taiwan? The Trump administration announced an $11 billion arms package for Taiwan in December, including rocket systems, drones, anti-tank missiles, though delivery has yet to move forward. Trump said in February that he discussed the sale with Xi and will make a determination pretty soon. After lunch, Trump headed to the airport where he boarded Air Force One and departed at 2:41 p.m. The next morning between the two leaders is tentatively scheduled for September 24th at the White House, according to Trump, who extended the invitation to Xi and Chinese First Lady Peng Liyuan during a state banquet on Thursday. If the visit goes forward, it would mark the first Xi trip to the White House since 2015 under Barack Hussein Obama. Hussein in the membrane. Hussein in the brain. Hussein in the membrane. So this just says U.S.-China summit ends with Xi and Trump claiming progress, but difficulties remain. Trump departs Beijing en route to U.S. after a multi-day summit. The Trump says he'll decide Taiwan arms sale soon, wants China to cool down rhetoric towards island. President Trump said on Friday, after 2 days of talks with President Xi Jinping, that he had not decided whether to move forward with the $14 billion arms sale to Taiwan and that he wanted both Beijing and Taipei to cool down their rhetoric. Asked about the arms sales while traveling back to Washington, Trump told reporters, I will make a determination. I'll be making decisions. But, I think the last thing we need right now is a war that's 9,500 miles away. Have you seen the Ellen Page memes? It's heavily implied that Ellen Page is playing Achilles. Absolutely insane if true. Yeah, I've seen the memes. I've seen all the memes. We talked about it yesterday on Joe's show. I've seen the memes of her in 300, the memes of her in Troy where she basically gets schwacked. I've seen the memes of her playing Rocky Balboa, getting beat by Apollo Creed. I've seen the memes of her playing Brad Pitt in Fight Club, basically, you know, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. What's up, Rudd, man? What's up? Good to see you, Rudd. Thanks for being here. Moments earlier, Trump had downplayed the possibility of a U.S.-China conflict over the self-governing island, telling reporters, I think we'll be fine. The White House authorized a record-setting $11 billion weapons package for Taipei, but it's yet to move forward. Lawmakers also approved a $14 billion arms sales to Taiwan in January, but the sale cannot advance until Trump formally sends it to Congress. I don't understand. So there's a 14 billion and an 11 billion. So that's 25 billion in arms sales to Taiwan, or is it the same thing? What's going on here? What are they talking about? The Chinese government wasted a little time establishing the fate of Taiwan as a key topic, blasting out a statement relating that Xi had told Trump the Taiwan question is the most important issue. If it's handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. She's in the trailer. She's the ghost of Achilles. That's just horrible. That's horrible. I saw reported somewhere else that she might be playing some blind seer, but yeah, ghost of Achilles. I don't know. The porch is a nice 68 degrees right now. Well, that's good. Beijing read out continued Taiwan's independence and cross-strait peace are irreconcilable as fire and water. Safeguarding peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, the biggest common denominator between China and the USA. The president downplayed the intensity of discussion and telling reporters of Xi that I heard him out, but I didn't make any comment either way. However, Trump did acknowledge that he and Xi discussed the arms sales in great detail. Under the one China policy in effect since the late 70s, which is retarded. It was the stupidest thing we could ever do. Yeah. Ellen Page is 5'1". Yeah, she's tiny. Washington acknowledged China's claims over Taiwan, but takes no position on them while avoiding direct advocating for Chinese independence. That one China policy was the biggest mistake the U.S. ever made. Did that happen under Ford or under Carter? Why do I want to think that it's Carter that did another boneheaded thing that screwed everything up? Have we finally stopped sending money to Ukraine? Well, no, there was a vote there's a vote being forced in the House to send $35 billion to Ukraine or something like that. Navarro, in one of his books, said he was beyond frustrated when Trump softened his stance on China after buddies complained it hurt them doing business there. History may not report. Sure as shit rhymes. Hey, history may not repeat. Sure as shit rhymes. Okay. You can't type tonight. Okay. It was Nixon. Then why did they say it's the late? I know Nixon went to China, but the one China policy has been in effect since the late 1970s. So that had to be, Carter was elected in 76. So late 1970s means Carter. Mid 1970s would be Ford, because Ford took over in 73, right? Carter was president 73, 74, 75. Hey, Spuds, thanks for being here. If it's bad, it was probably Carter. Yeah. Well, let's, you know what? Which president? Jimmy Carter established it in 1979. They're trying to say, but the foundation was laid when President Nixon went to Shanghai in 72. So it was established because, yeah, we used to do all types of stuff with them. We should do all types of stuff with them. We thought it was 78. Nixon opened diplomatic ties with China to undermine the Soviet Union. Yeah, it was Carter. Yeah, it was Carter. Yeah. What Jimmy Carter left behind. Jimmy Carter did so much shit. Jimmy Carter also started to pull out of Panama Canal. Did that. I mean, there's so many bad things Carter did. Carter let the Ayatollahs take over Iran. Carter fucked up so much stuff in 4 years. It is shocking. No, he was asking when Ford replaced Nixon. That was 74. Oh, okay. Nixon resigned August 74. Yeah. It was Carter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was Carter that did the one China thing. Like I said, if it was bad, it's probably Carter. He's a complete clusterfuck. Oh, this is like someone trying to claim that Carter was good. He's like, he's underappreciated. Carter did all these good things. Yeah. Carter did all these good things. He gave away the Panama Canal. Yeah. He surrendered Iran to the mullahs. Yeah. One China policy. Yeah. However, the U.S. is one of Taiwan's biggest arms dealers and operated under the non-binding Reagan-era 6 principles, the second of which states that Washington did not agree to consult with the People's Republic of China on arms sales to Taiwan. In an interview with the Fox News channel, Trump insisted that nothing's changed regarding policy towards China and Taiwan. I will say this, I'm not looking to have somebody go independent. And, we're supposed to travel 9,500 miles to fight a war. I'm not looking for that. I want them to cool down. I want China to cool down. Taiwan is independent. What is Trump fucking talking about? Did he actually say that? Taiwan is not part of China. Never has been. Which country is worse percentage-wise, China or Russia? China. China is extremely worse. Yeah, Carter lived long enough to see Biden take his place as the worst president. I mean, is that true? Like, is Biden the worst president when you look at all the shit that, like, domestically, Biden's the worst president, what he did to the U.S. domestically, but on a foreign policy stage, Carter was way worse. Asked what would be the deciding factor in approving more sales to Taiwan. Well, I'm not going to say that. I might do it. I might not do it. But we're not looking to have a war, and I like the way it is. I think China's going to be okay with that. We're not looking to have somebody say, let's go independent because the United States is backing us. They are independent. What is Trump fucking talking about? They are independent. Mainland China has zero control over Taiwan. They've always been independent. What the fuck is going on? Truman started it, folks. Yeah, Truman started it by not helping the Chiang Kai-shek defeat the communists. A lot of families in Taiwan after Carter did it moved family or sent kids to the U.S. in fear of invasion. Yeah. Trump is weighing the arms deal. Trump says Taiwan was major topic in Xi talks, does not predict a war. And then Trump agrees. Trump says Xi agreed U.S. became a declining nation during the Biden years. Taiwan was British, if I remember. Trump was idiotic. Xi is a good man. BS. I'm not happy with this trip. I need to be convinced before I turn into Tucker. I'm not. I'm just saying. I don't know who's advising him, telling him this. That somehow he thinks that this is a new thing. The Communist Chinese Party, CCP, has never had any control over the Taiwanese island. Never. 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 We are not dumb. We're just stupid. Xi invoked the Thucydides trap regarding global power structures during opening remarks. Oh, let's see.
Both China and the United States stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. Our two countries should be partners rather than rivals.
The relationship between the American and Chinese people goes all the way back to America's founding. This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations.
President Trump and President Xi at the welcome dinner. A lot of
what the fuck is he talking about? There was no Chinese people involved in our founding. We had the fucking Chinese Exclusion Act that was law all the way up until like 1920, if it's not even still law, that where they like basically saying Chinese. Yeah. China way back took Formosa because it was a pirate haven, forgetting which century. Japan took it later, but it's never been under CCP government. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. America should have played Russia against China a long time ago. That's why I tell everybody to read the book by the prophet, peace be his name, Tom Clancy, The Bear and the Dragon. It's all laid out in there. It's all laid out in there. All laid out in there. What needs to happen. China sees Taiwan as a runaway province. How? That was never part of them. Never. The dangerous part of having Trump is he gets praised enough or welcome like he becomes soft. Yeah, he does. That's what a lot of people say about him. That's the last person that gets to whisper in his ear.
pomp and circumstance here. The White House putting out some bullet points about that first meeting, what the two leaders talked about, and it was economic cooperation, enhancing that, ending the flow of fentanyl precursors into the U.S., China opposition to militarization of the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It was the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman who put out a statement right after that meeting that raised some eyebrows, saying President Xi stressed to President Trump that the Taiwan question is the most important issue in China-U.S. relations. If it's handled properly, the bilateral relationship will enjoy overall stability. Otherwise, the two countries will have clashes and even conflicts, putting the entire relationship in great jeopardy. And the Democratic leader of the Senate heading to X saying Trump must not sell out Taiwan, period. That from Chuck Schumer. With that, let's bring in our panel here in Beijing. Alex Gangitano, White House reporter for Politico, Bill Hemmer, co-anchor of America's Newsroom, and Annie Linsky, White House reporter for the Wall Street Journal. All right, Annie, I guess that Taiwan message from China really got us ears perked up.
Absolutely, Brett. I mean, this is the message that the White House expected to hear from the Chinese, but it's not what they wanted to hear. The U.S. side was previewing and signaling for days that the president had no intention and has no intention to change you.
The Bear and the Dragon. The Bear and the Dragon. Bear and the Dragon. Great book. Taiwan, most important relation. Sounds like a threat to me. Sounds like a threat to me, too. I think we should be selling Taiwan $1 trillion in arms now. Gundam says, I took Chinese history and a semester of Mandarin. Really sucked at Mandarin, but the textbooks were shit, and I also was taking Japanese at the same time. No problem, Amazing Stories. Yeah, Bear and the Dragon, awesome book. Awesome book. Which... honestly, that would have came true. The Bear and the Dragon was written well before 9/11. That would have came true if when Putin came to George Bush in like 2002 and said, I want to join NATO, I want to be allies with the U.S. again, and Bush pushed him away because the Germans refused. Think of how different the world would be if Russia would have joined NATO in 2002. None of this shit with Ukraine would be going on. Europe would be safe and secure. There would be no issues. It would be NATO versus China. Yeah, completely different in NATO, including Russia would be part of NATO. World would look a lot different, wouldn't it? All this crap that's going on in the Middle East, if Russia was part of NATO, wouldn't be that, think about it. Yeah, yep, the world would look so different. It would. Yeah, all because George W. Bush. Sorry, Pootie. The Germans they don't like you, so they won't let you. They're gonna can't do it to the Germans.
U.S. policy on Taiwan, but for the Chinese to put that out so almost immediately after they met, was a move on their part to set the narrative, and it took quite a while for the White House to put their statement out. So there was a long time waiting, but the White House statement made no mention of Taiwan. It was like two completely different meetings almost.
Yeah, and to that point, Secretary of State Rubio was on NBC, and he had this to say.
From our perspective, any forced change in the status quo and the situation that's there now would be bad for both countries. One of the things the Chinese emphasize, which we agree, is strategic stability in our relationship, a constructive relationship, but also one that establishes strategic stability so that we don't have misunderstandings that could lead to broader conflict.
It doesn't sound, Bill, like the policy is going to change. We'll hear from President Trump in Sean's interview, and then I talk to him tomorrow.
Yeah, listen, the language was tougher. It was tougher for a reason. I frankly think the Trump team is tougher than a lot of other teams in the past that have met with Chinese delegations. And I know the statements were different, but I thought the words on camera from President Xi were the most significant, because he said at the very beginning of the meeting, knowing the cameras were rolling, if there's any misunderstanding in Taiwan, it could create an extremely dangerous situation. Yes, it's tougher language, but again, it's a tougher team on behalf of the Trump team. There will be wins. You're going to see them on Friday on trade, on AI, for Boeing, etc. But when it comes to Taiwan, ask yourself this: does President Xi want war? Taiwan is an island nation of 23 million people. They're separated by a body of water that's 110 miles wide. The Strait of Hormuz is 20. The English Channel is 20. The Chinese have not fought a war in 47 years. And even then, that war lasted 1 month in 1979 with the North Vietnamese army. We've been to war in America, and we know how tough that can be.
Yeah, actually, I don't have a lot of experience of war. They do have a lot of material and ships and stuff.
That's right. I mean, they have a lot of stuff. That's definitely what I think President Xi is going into this, saying we are in a position if we do need to take this firm stance. And how firm he was, as Bill was saying, on saying we're going to be talking about Taiwan and we're going to be aggressive on talking about Taiwan. And so I'm curious if the White House put out that statement not mentioning Taiwan as a way to kind of counter how firm he was, saying, well, we're not changing our stance. We're sticking with the status quo. President Xi can say whatever he wants on it, but we're more interested in these deliverables regarding agriculture, regarding Iran, regarding whatever other things that they feel like were real wins for them, and ignoring some of those firm points because they're not changing.
Yeah. Speaking of Iran, as I mentioned, Sean talked to President Trump after that first meeting. Here's a piece of that specifically about Iran.
President Xi would like to see a deal made. He would like to see a deal made. And he did offer, he said, if I can be of any help at all, I would like to be of help. Because,
He did say that.
Yeah, he did say that. And look, anybody that buys that much oil has obviously got some kind of a relationship with him. But he said, I would love to be of help. If I can be of any help whatsoever, he'd like to see the Hormuz Strait open. He said, if I could be of any help whatsoever, I would like to help.
And if that's true, and they'd actually do something, it seems like a big deal.
Well, Brett, I would like to hear that from the Chinese, quite frankly. The U.S. statement said something quite interesting. It was that the Chinese were considering buying more U.S. oil to offset and reduce their dependence on the Strait of Hormuz. The implication there is that the Chinese, which is by far the largest purchaser of Iranian oil, would...
Yeah, 90% of Iranian oil is sold to China. I hope Trump remembers communists are natural liars. The fact that China has reneged on every deal they've made. Yes, it's a fact they have. The People's Republic, the Republic of China, had a UN seat for China for years. PRC was later. Yes, they did. It was what Carter did that removed them from the UN. What Carter did removed the PRC from the UN. They used to compete in the Olympics. Taiwan competed in the Olympics. It was the ROC. Republic of China. It wasn't even Taiwan. It was just ROC. But, Formosa Island, whatever you want to call it.
would reduce their amount that they're purchasing the oil. And that essentially means reducing Chinese financial support for the Iranians, potentially. But that's something I would be quite interested in hearing the Chinese confirmation. We did reach out to the Chinese ministry, and as of at least late last night, I hadn't heard from them.
Tough to get some answers in this environment. It really is.
Right.
Bill, speaking of Chinese tankers, though, in just the past few days, 3 have made their way out, filled with oil, out of the Strait of Hormuz.
Maybe that's progress. I thought what Rubio said in that NBC interview was very telling. He said, we don't need China's help on Iran. Imagine if that were flipped around, right? I mean, that would really put you in a position of weakness. And so, again, I think it comes back yet again, Brett, to who the Trump team is here in Beijing. Scott Bessent is a pugnacious guy, and he didn't just show up 2 days ago. He's been in the region in South Korea and Japan, and we know the history of Marco Rubio. He's a tough talker. We saw that interview on Air Force One with Sean, and then you've got hashtag 47 and like the lead horse here. And I just think it's a group of Americans that the Chinese are not necessarily that familiar with when it comes to the personalities of this team.
Yeah, speaking of Treasury Secretary Bessent, he was on CNBC, and they are talking pretty tough about where they think Iran is. Take a listen.
China, it's very much in their interest to get the strait reopened, and I think they will be working with behind the scenes to the extent anyone has any say over the Iranian leadership. We believe we're at the point where soldiers aren't getting paid. They're not able to replenish their weapon stocks from abroad. So I think that they are on their last legs.
I mean, that's the messaging from the White
Yeah,
House, Alex, but there is this disconnect between control of the strait, or what they say is control, and how it's being portrayed.
That's right. And I think even the fact that they were saying we don't need China's help in Iran, and then we have Secretary Bessent saying maybe they could help us keep the Strait open. I think there is some disconnect because I don't think they know exactly what they want out of China in terms of how much they can use them during this Iran war. I think the fact that even they put out in the statement that President Xi is agreeing with President Trump that they shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, that was kind of the baseline that they're going for here. And we'll see if we'll get more information about exactly what they can do with the Strait.
And I bet we're going to get specifics on some of this business. You know, we heard the Boeing jets and all the stuff that's coming. Maybe.
Yeah, the one thing that surprised me in Sean's interview is that we were told coming in that Boeing was going to sell 300 737 MAX jets. And the president said the 200 number. So we'll see whether or not that stays. With regard to soybeans, on that CNBC interview, he said that's already a done deal. And on AI, I know this is a big focus back home, especially in Washington and New York City. They wanted to make sure that Washington and Beijing had a working deal where they could protect AI for AI cybersecurity threats. Yeah. It's not finalized, but at least they've started that conversation.
Oh, this is good. We're going to get fucked.
Yeah. Thank you all for being here live. And
we're going to get fucked. You can't make a deal with these people. Can't make a deal with these people. So Trump's turned Chinese President Xi's reported swipe at the West during a U.S.-China high-stakes meeting in Beijing into a political attack on former President Biden. When President Xi eloquently referred to the United States as perhaps being a declining nation, he was referring to the tremendous damage we suffered during the 4 years of Sleepy Joe Autopen Biden. And on that score, he was 100% correct. After the delegation was greeted in pomp and circumstance at the opening ceremonies, Xi invoked the so-called Thucydides trap during opening remarks, asking whether China and the United States could avoid the historical pattern of conflict between a rising power and an established one. AI is going to be our biggest export. Yeah, probably. It's stupidity. It is. Weird land structure, Ari, the Strait of Hormuz. Soybeans are not healthy. I feel sorry for Taiwan once chip production is ramped up other places. Hey, upon the horizon, awesome seeing you. Thanks for being here. Taiwan is very technologically advanced. What would happen if Taiwan all of a sudden unveiled that they had nuclear weapons? They're very technologically advanced. They clearly have the scientists that they could do it. They do have nuclear reactors. So, just saying. That would kind of put a damper on China doing anything, because if all of a sudden Taiwan goes, yeah, we've got 50 nuclear missiles, what are you going to do? You're going to attack us? I guess that's the end of everybody, isn't it? If the Strait's not open because Iran controls it, Trump and Rubio needs to stop saying we won and Iran's ineffective. It makes no sense. In my opinion, Trump stopped too early and had no plan for the Strait. Well, we'll see what happens. Hey, no problem. The line echoed Beijing's broader view of shifting global balance of power, though it's unclear Xi explicitly called the U.S. or the West a declining nation. It wouldn't be any worse than North Korea having him. I think it would be way better than North Korea having him. Seems Trump bent the knee to China like he did to Tampon Tim. I hope not. I hope not. Xi was not referring to the incredible rise the United States has displayed to the world the past 16 months, which includes all-time stock market highs and 401ks, military victories, and thriving relationship with Venezuela, and the military decimation of Iran to be continued. The United States is the hottest nation anywhere in the world. Jim, I want to be wrong. Don't get me wrong. Me too. I want to be wrong. I don't know. We built China with cheap resources using their cheap labor. Yeah. Yeah. Now they've turned it around on us. They've stole all the technology. Trump went on to say the United States suffered immeasurable harm under the Biden era policies like open borders, increased taxes and DEI, transgender for everybody, sanctuary city ordinances. He agreed that 2 years ago, the nation was in decline. I agree, Jim. I just had a funny way of putting it. Okay. I know what you're saying. Taiwan is such a dumb place to make advanced microchips. It's because they don't have any restrictions on what happens to the waste from making them. I don't appreciate revisionist history, no matter who does it. Yeah, I don't either. When China sees American, they see a sucker. Yeah. A White House spokesman referred Fox News back to Trump's Truth Social post. However, the Chinese embassy spokesperson did not respond to inquiries asking for more content about the comments. Xi's Thucydides trap reference was not a direct statement the United States or the West is declining, but it invoked a geopolitical theory about a danger of conflict when a rising power challenges an established one, and it came as the Chinese president raised the prospect of U.S.-China clash over Taiwan. China was given the green light under Bill Clinton. Yeah. Rare earth refining is a problem for the U.S. in the U.S. environmentally. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Our EPA has to knock it off. Which there is a story. It's I don't know if we'll get to it today or not. There is a story that the U.S. the EPA is easing the restrictions on coal-fired power plants in the U.S. So maybe they're going to ease restrictions on other stuff too. So China's rise could put it on a collision course with Washington. Well, that's what they say. So people in the United States and China are both great peoples. Achieving great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, make America great again, once can go hand in hand. Taiwan had a nuke weapons program. One of CIA informants detected the files on a program in 87. They got chewed out and are under a tight IAEA monitoring. Yeah, look at this. Joe says, chat rally keeps you awake. That's right, folks. We just crossed the 3-hour mark. We got about a half hour or so to go. We're $67 away from adding another additional hour. So this just says President Trump releases a fiery statement claiming China's Z was right about America's decline under sleepy Joe Biden. Xi raises prospect of a future U.S.-China war in meeting with Trump. Thucydides trap. Chinese leader opened Wednesday with high stakes by ominously raising the prospect of future war. Well, I mean, I've been thinking there's going to be a war between us for over 20 years now. Tom Clancy is the author. Yeah, Tom Clancy's the author. It's called The Bear and the Dragon. You should check it out. AI is detrimental. Abolish all 3-letter agencies. So we let China bend us over so we can get theirs? I don't know. Fair enough. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons going off during a process that needs extreme precision. Somehow Taiwan is still the best at it. Yeah. Hey, hit the like button. Iowa Backyard Cam, man, for 3 months. Thank you so much. Awesome to have you here. Trump reveals his stance on arming Iran as Hormuz tensions rattle markets. I'm not going to watch this. It just says Trump wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. President Trump said Chinese President Xi Jinping has said that he will not provide military equipment to Iran, which has been the central focus of the high-stakes meeting. Xi said he's not going to give military equipment. That's a big statement. He said that today. He probably lied because they already were doing it. The pledge comes as Trump increasingly has cast China not just as an economic rival, but as a key enabler of adversarial regimes. So I hope that Trump did not make a deal and say, like, listen, don't give Iran anything and we won't give Taiwan anything. Because he's lying and he's playing us. Yes. U.S. officials have increasingly accused China of helping prop up Iran's military. Yeah, well, we know they sent those 10 ships in. Yes, definitely hit that like button, people. Yes. If we can't own land in China, they shouldn't own land here. I agree, Jonathan. I agree. Trump added that Xi also offered to help end the conflict. He said, if I can be of help, I'd like to help. They just won't classify the parts as military equipment. Yeah, they'll just send stuff that has dual use, like all the oxidizers and stuff they sent. Epoch Times says Trump, China's Xi commitment not to give military equipment to Iran. I don't believe him. China committed to withholding military equipment from Iran. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. And then this is CNBC. It says, Trump says Xi offered to help in Iran, but how far is Beijing willing to go? Not very far. They're willing to just play games and lie to us. That's my opinion. President Trump wrapped up his stakes. Analysts question how much China would be willing to do. Nothing. China is eager to help peace negotiations between Washington and Tehran. I don't believe him. He'd like to see the Strait of Hormuz open. Well, as long as they can get enough oil, they're fine with it being closed. He said, if I could be of any help, I'd like to help. I'd like to see it. Actions speak louder than words. You can't buy land in China because their government owns it all. That's right. I think he'd like to see it open. He gets about 40% of his energy, of his oil from the Strait. We get none. I mean, I guess. Trump told Fox News that China had agreed to purchase American oil, which I mean, Everyone, it's all great that they're purchasing our oil, but doesn't that mean that our oil prices are going to continue to rise? The more oil we're selling, supply and demand, isn't that going to, the more demand there is in the world for our oil, does that mean our oil prices are going to go up in the US? Am I thinking of this the wrong way? Am I looking at it the wrong way? Said in China, I shit in my soup means wrong hole. Okay. Careful questioning Trump. I'm just asking questions. I know what you're saying. I'm just asking questions. A spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Ministry reiterated his stance on Friday, saying he believes that dialogue and negotiation is the right way forward. I mean, if Trump did negotiate away and basically surrender Taiwan to China over Iran, wouldn't that be a problem for everyone? It'd be a problem for me. I'd be like, what the fuck are you thinking? The less supply is the higher the price. You may get called a commie like the bits did to me last night. Well, people can call me what you want. I support Trump. I would vote for him again. I'm just saying, if I'm not going to sit by and let him do stuff, just, he better not be doing things undermining longstanding relationships. We are not the left. We can question our politicians. Exactly. There's no point in continuing a conflict, which should have never happened in the first place, they said, to find an earlier way to resolve the situation in interest of not only the U.S. and Iran, but also the regional countries. Oh, yes. You are correct, but it'll put more pressure on Iran and show how easily China rolls over, even if the country had a protection clause. We don't want to give China the idea that we won't aid Taiwan. Yeah, if China takes Taiwan, they win the AI race. We fall years behind. Exactly. Can't let that happen. Will China help Trump on Iran? Analysts told CNBC that there are likely limitations on how much influence China will be willing or able to exert on Iran. Yusu, principal economist for China at the Economist Intelligence Unit, said that while bilateral talks between Trump and Xi highlighted they do have common ground, when it comes to Iran, there are limits on what China can realistically do. The Iranian regime is operating in survival mode and will prioritize its own interests and agenda above all else. Well, if China says we're not going to buy any fucking oil from you, that's going to sink Iran. They have nowhere else to sell their oil. Hank says, I question all politicians, presidents, and parties when things do not add up. Me too, man. Me too. Peace. Yes. Damian Ma, director of research at the Carnegie, China. I mean, there's all these Chinese people we have all these Chinese people giving us advice about how we should handle China. Maybe they're spies. Maybe they're working against us. How can we trust them? Why don't we have people with American names that are experts on China? Seems odd. Over the last decade, it's been clear that China's been diversifying its relationship in the Middle East. Whether it's Saudi Arabia or the UAE, it's really a relationship of convenience. While there can be some consensus or agreement reached in the U.S. and China on what to do about Iran, China will be less motivated than other economies by fears of an energy shock. Math is racist. Yeah, China is next, is a town next to Nancy Pelosi. You voted for Trump 3 times. Me too. China doesn't want to pay our fair price for oil. Chia Pet asked Trump, what would the U.S. do if attacked Taiwan? And Trump said, I can't tell you that. Meanwhile, Eurasia Group China analysts questioned how far China will be willing to go when it comes. Limited coordination on Iran remains a base case, with more likely to come on Taiwan. The U.S. readout suggests Beijing has taken a more explicit stance on Iran, making it clear its opposition to the Hormuz tolls and may increase purchase of U.S. energy as a means of addressing Washington's concern. But this is likely to limit U.S.-China coordination on Iran. Trump may seek to use China's leverage to move the needle to stall talks. We are skeptical that China will want to use its influence in a muscular fashion. Jim snorted that joke. Yeah, well. If China tried to take Taiwan, they can self-destruct the chip factories. China gets nothing from the invasion of the world's chips. AI moves to the U.S. I don't know, man. They should start just doing it, I guess. They should just start moving the ship stuff here. Hindsight is 2020. So easy to Monday morning quarterback. Oh, I know. But it bothers me. Trump's working with China now, same as it did when Nixon went there. I don't know. Can I tell you, if I was president of the United States, I would issue an immediate embargo on all Chinese imports into the country. I would just say, fuck it, tear the Band-Aid off, find other places to get our shit. We don't need to get it from China anymore. They're not our friend. That's what I would do. That would be my decision. Say, nope, we're done, China. Fuck off. I mean, everything they've done, every move they make is to undermine us. The shit they've pulled in South America, the shit they pulled all over the place. America is building data centers, moving chip production to mainland. Yeah, but then we got people like AOC and Bernie Sanders proposing legislation to stop all AI data centers in the U.S. Yep, expel all the Chinese from the universities. Yep, I would do that. Like Trump was against that. Why? Get them all out of here. Why are we educating them to destroy us? Beijing needs to balance its relationship with Iran and other Gulf Arab partners. Well, so that's what I would do. That would be my decision if I was president. I would just say, yep, nope, no more imports from China. They're all stopped. It's over. Nothing comes in. Figure it out. It would be a shock, but it would happen, and we'd figure it out. And there'd be other places we do business with, places that don't hate us and aren't trying to destroy us, that aren't releasing biological weapons to destroy the whole planet. Hey, Doc, what's up? Great to see you. China isn't our friend. They don't like us. That's right. We will still send 200 planes to China because we honor our word unless... Well, here's the thing. We're sending these planes to China, and then China's just reverse engineering them and figuring everything out. Seems stupid, doesn't it? Money is behind data centers. They will publicly oppose, but privately enrich themselves. China gets replaced by 3D print farms. Iran is about nukes and bricks. Talk about bricks. Okay. Why leave a beautiful country? I don't know. Oh my God, Doc. 5 Jim tells you memberships. Thank you so much. Wow. That means right now, folks, we are just $37 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. And we got about 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer until the show ends. If we get that $37, we will be adding another hour to the show. Let's see who got those gifts, man, from old Doc. It says that Helen Tuma, 943, truth wins, love wins, justice wins. Dopamine octopus, Corsair the pirate, and what? That's only 4. We're missing one. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4. Why are there only 4? That's weird. Why are there only 4 names? Oh, I'm not in live chat. Is that why? How, 1, 2. I only see 4 names that got the. What the hell happened? There's a name missing. YouTube robbed us. They only gave us 4 names. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 4. 1 got stolen. That's ridiculous. They stole the fucking membership. 1 got stolen. There's only 4 names. What the hell? What the hell, YouTube? What the hell, YouTube? Wow. YouTube stole a fucking... 1 got stolen. I can't believe it. Don't we have loans we took from China? China owes us a lot of money from World War II. They refused to pay because they said that's a different government. We don't have to pay. YouTube stole something. Shocker. You've seen that before. ScrewTube, probably one of the shadow mods, got the membership. It's weird, man. It's weird. Cart bottom feeders. Yeah. That is crazy. Probably sent to a sub not currently watching. It would still show up even if they're not watching. So President Trump announces a major new landmark project in D.C.'s West Potomac Park honoring America's greatest heroes. Trump described the current site as a totally barren field of prime waterfront real estate along the Potomac River. Put Fauci in jail. I agree. He needs to be gone after on a state level. Waits until someone without a membership post, I think. No, other people post without memberships. And it says America First gifted one membership. See if they post that. It says Will Call Magic received that membership, but we're missing one, man. There's one missing. We're missing one. That is crazy. That is crazy. Thank you so much. Got one membership, America First. That means right now we are $31 away, folks. Just $31 away from adding another hour to the show, a second additional hour.
When I got the phone call from Tunnel to Towers saying that they were paying off my mortgage, I felt like I was seeing.
Trump aims to make D.C. beautiful again with a grand triumphal arch plan. President Trump announced plans to build a National Garden of American Heroes in Washington, D.C.'s West Potomac Park. I'm proud to announce the site of the National Garden of American Heroes, the greatest American heroes. I believe I can fly. I'm walking on air. I never thought I could feel so free. Flying away on a wing and a prayer. Who could it be? Believe it or not, it's just me. I noticed the other day you gave 5 gifts to all the people in the chat. Yes, thank you for the blessed gift. Look at this. We got Spuds coming in with a gifted membership. Thank you so much, Spuds. And let's see who got that gift from Spuds. It says that Glenn Croy received the gifted membership. Thank you, Glenn Croy. Thank Glenn Croy. Thanks, Spuds, for the gifted membership. Thank you so much. That means right now we are $25 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Just $25 away. And we had another $10 came in from Amazing Disgrace for the next hour. Thank you. Thank you for your help. This is great. That means we're now just $15, folks. Just $15 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. We are so close to making it. Thank you, Spuds, for the gifted membership. Yes. Tunnel to Towers donations go to our heroes. Yes, it does, but I didn't want to listen to the ad. Let me go back now. It's over.
Oh, boy, you're going to love this segment, everyone. In August, President Trump signed an executive order directing that this is my favorite executive order, all federal public buildings re-embrace classical architecture.
And not a moment too soon, considering what modern architecture has done to Washington, D.C. and beyond. Let's take a look at some of these hideous buildings. Starting off in the first two. And this is pure
Actually, it's only
communist
15,
architecture.
I believe.
Department of Labor and the Department of what is this? Department of Education.
Brutalist.
Both of which are brutalist, anti-human, communist architecture. And then, of course, we also have the National Museum of African American History that looks like an asteroid from outer space landed and sort of halfway exploded.
It's an abomination.
An abomination.
Truly an abomination.
But let's also look out in Chicago, where President Obama is creating his presidential center. This monstrosity that we keep.
Oh, okay. We also had a Rumble rant. We had a Rumble rant come in from Duck Fat. For $11, it says, let's go, folks. Thank you, Duck Fat. That means right now we're just $4 away, folks. Just $4 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. That's just amazing. $4 away. Thank you so much, Duck Fat.
There's actually people on the web that have compared
Harry's
this
Depository,
to
it
the
is.
Star Wars
Abomination.
Death Star
And he definitely does not love the South Side.
It looks like a giant concrete porta potty.
or it's trash can. They say architecturally, Charlie, it's modernist.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
Or porta potty.
we have Trump making architecture great again, trying to bring back classical architecture, and with his latest idea being the Arc de Triomphe that would meld in very nicely with the other monuments.
And he was asked, by the way, who would this, by the way, people are already calling it the Arc of Trump. It's just, let's just admit that that's happening. And then they asked him, well, who will it be dedicated to? And he said, me. What's it in honor of? Me.
You look at.
Wow. Wow. Look at this.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
With that $5 from Glenn Croy, that means we are now $99 away from a third additional hour of the show. Thank you so much. That's so amazing. Thank you so much, Glenn Croy. And then, Charles and Company with $3.99. Thank you so much, Charles. That's $4 off. So that means we are now $95 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much, Charles. Jim is the crooner. I tried, but YouTube keeps telling me I don't remember my password. It was done. Sorry. No problem. No problem, Ginger. Cindy Flowers for you tonight. Yeah, it's balls. Yeah, it is. It is. Hey, Adon, what's up? You're always so quick to put a smile on my face. Homeschool is why I'm serving at my age. No sleep for Jim. Open some tabs, man. No, I'm good, man. I got tons of tabs, dude. I got tons of tabs. Tons of tabs. Tons of tabs.
The details that we know, modeled after French Arc de Triomphe, to be constructed on the Arlington, Virginia side of the Arlington Memorial Bridge, going to be part of the 250th and the gateway to Washington. This one's really interesting because I drive past Memorial, the GW Parkway, Memorial Bridge almost every day for the last 30 years, and there's just a roundabout with nothing but grass. And for years, no one's thought to do anything.
And he's been noting that.
Now, it would, as you look at that drawing up there, Charlie, as you see Mr. Lincoln looking across into Virginia, you now will have this Arc de Triomphe on the other side.
This will go.
All right. Let's bring in the Chief Protocol, U.S. Chief Protocol and Trump Administration Representative to America 250, Monica Crawley. Monica, this is really, we've been very excited about this because here again, President Trump steps in and sees something that will simply make Washington, our nation's capital, more beautiful, more special, more attractive. What can you tell us?
Well, good morning, guys. Yeah, this is one of the fantastic benefits of having President Trump, the builder, in office. So from reimagining the Rose Garden to adorning the Oval Office and the Cabinet Room with presidential portraits and gilded features, to creating the Presidential Walk of Fame on the Colonnade, to renovating the Palm Room, to establishing the two massive American flags on the north and south lawns, to the construction of a new White House ballroom, now to the new triumphal arc that he's proposing.
Trump the builder, yes, he
President
can.
Trump never stops thinking about ways
That's
to
going to be bigger than the
beautify
Arc
and
de Triomphe. It's going to be
improve
huge. It's going to be
the
big,
People's
the
House,
biggest,
White House,
biggest arc ever.
the people's capital, Washington, D.C., and America more generally. You know what? Washington, D.C. is the only major Western capital that does not have a triumphal arch. And you never want to tell President Trump that America is the only country that doesn't have something beautiful and magnificent. So he has proposed this idea. It is going to be situated directly between Arlington National Cemetery and the Lincoln
Mr.
Memorial.
Crowley,
And once it is built to commemorate America's
don't you ride
250th
your
birthday,
white
it
horse.
is going to be absolutely spectacular.
Monica, why is architecture and beauty such an important part of a country?
Well, you know, we used to build beautiful things. This magnificent structure behind me, the White House, is absolutely gorgeous and historic. And over time, we've kind of lost that aesthetic of making our country beautiful. I think the last president to really kind of focus on this was President Eisenhower, where he wanted to beautify America's highway system and really put a lot of effort and resources into that. But again, you have President Trump in office, who is a real estate developer,
builder, yeah.
tremendously successful, a builder, and he has such a keen eye for aesthetics and detail that I think when he first got to Washington, he looked around and said, "What's with all the Soviet architecture?"
Yes.
This is
Yeah,
like,
US heroes.
this is soul crushing. And we want to make sure that America's capital is a real gem, not just for the American people, but for the world. The world comes here as
That's
well.
right.
And he said, "I'm going to take it upon myself to make all of these renovations, to build these new structures, and to really beautify the people's capital."
Yeah, an executive order to get rid of ugly buildings. I'm so for it. Good on you, President Trump. And again, it sends a great message to the world. And truth and beauty go together. We love that. And we appreciate you joining us, giving us the lowdown,
Monica. Thank you.
and helping us break down what our president is doing.
That's right. So, yeah. So, the National Hero will repeat the most beautiful collection of statues America's ever seen, featuring illustrated founding fathers, military warriors, religious leaders, civil rights champions, world-class athletes, artists, entertainers, and more. The people of America and the world will come here to learn and be inspired by the grace. The National Garden of American Heroes is one more project we are undertaking in honor of the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth. Bob the Builder is a lame cartoon. Autocorrect misspelling suck. Crowley had some work done since working with Bill O'Reilly. Who the fuck is Bob? Lol. Bob the Builder. It's like a kid's cartoon. The arch will have 100 pounds of gold inlay. That's a lot of gold. That's a lot of money. I wonder how long it'll last before someone starts stealing it out of there. I guess we've got rope. We do. Who the fuck is Bob? Really can? It's Bob. Bob the Builder. Yes, he can. Bob the Builder. Bump, bump, bump. You can do it. Bob can build it. Yes, he can. The post also includes an aerial photo of the West Potomac Park, the planned site for the project. Project will build upon Trump's ongoing plans to significantly build legacy infrastructure in the nation's capital. The White House Ballroom project, which is currently underway, is the most high-profile example of DC's build-out. But the president's also seeking approval for a number of other major projects. Yep. Trump and his he's gold member. Get down, gold member. Bum-bum-bum. And then there's Chud. For upcoming celebrations of the America's 250, Trump is renovating a reflecting pool. He said the project will cost under $2 million. It's important for our country. That's right. Yeah. The men will get the grease today. Yes, they do. Trump's also seeking approval from Congress and the National Capital Planning Commission for a massive triumphal arch to be placed in front of the Arlington National Cemetery. I'm 51 and still waiting for grandkids. What's a name, Chud? What a name, Chud. Well, Chud the Builder's this guy. It's a cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller. It's from a movie, I think, right? Chud was the name of the movie. But there's also like a guy named Mr. Medicare who's big online, and he calls all the people that follow him Chud buds. Look at that arch. Look at how small the people are there. Well, at least the gold's going to be very high up there, so it'll be hard for him to steal it. The massive undertaking will be 250 feet high, making it taller than any building in D.C. Well, that's a big one. That's a big one. Trumpenites, Washington site for National Garden of Heroes. Do we have any like pictures of what it's going to look like? A bunch of statues and stuff. And Trump will decorate with gold, but will never wear it. Medicare is still hanging in there. Yes, he is. He's still around. Every once in a while, it's a variant of Chad. Is it a variant of Chad? No, I mean, they just call people a Chud. Like, I don't know. Chud buds. Yep, that's insane. It is. People or sheeple. I investigated the Chud. Just Dawn 100% changed his name from Jorge. Gold stash in Nevada, I heard. Oh. 250 life-size statues honoring historic figures. Individuals listed in the planning documents include Abraham Lincoln, Amelia Earhart, Kobe Bryant, Muhammad Ali, Christopher Columbus, and astronaut Sally Ride. Ride, 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 Sally, ride. Won't you let her ride? Trump said garden would feature statues of the founding fathers, military warriors, religious leaders, civil rights champions, and world-class athletes. During the speech, Trump proposed creating a vast outdoor park that will feature statues. President Biden revoked the order. Trump said something. Trump did this in 2020 during his first term, and Biden revoked the order, but Trump reinstated it after returning to office. What a Chud is gay for truth. Okay. What's up, Cool Frog? What's up, buddy? So last month, the Commission of Fine Arts voted unanimously to advance the preliminary design for the Triumphal Arch. The proposed structure would stand 250 feet tall, so they approved it. Liberty and justice, one nation under God, liberty and justice for all. God, that thing is great looking. I mean, look at that thing. Look at that. Look at that thing. It's the Goat Park. Yes, it's the Goat Park. I might actually go to DC to see that thing. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Okay. Just saying. Looks beautiful. I think it's great. They need to. All this stuff needs to get cracking so that it's done by July, though. I thought they had to get it all done for the celebrations. On to the next story. I know you probably covered Tina Peters already, but she posted her pardon. She didn't get a pardon. She got a commutation. She gets out June 1st. We did cover it. It was the first story of the evening, Doc. Thank you so much, though. I greatly appreciate it. I thought Chud was the love child of Bob and Chucky. Could be. Could be. Arc de Triomphe. Arc de Trump. Yes. Was the movie Chud a documentary about the secret basement room under the infamous Comet DC pizza restaurant? Could be. It's possible. 250 feet is 25 stories. That is crazy. Trump won't have it any other way. And the cherry on top is all Dems won't be able to not see it. Yes. Yeah. They'll be calling all the people Nazis for it being there. So check this out. The FBI is offering $200,000 reward for a former Air Force intelligence agent accused of spying for Iran. Former active duty specialist defected in 2013 and provided classified national defense information to Tehran. So the FBI announced it's offering $200,000 reward leading to Monica Witt. Monica Dimwit, or like it. I don't mind the art so much, but really think it should be a touch less over the top. Simpler and austere is more what the founders would have tolerated. I don't know. I want it to be as gaudy and outrageous as possible. I mean, think about what the White House looks like, what the Capitol building looks like, what some of the monuments look like, the Lincoln Monument. Look at all the other things we've built. It should be fantastic. It should be the most beautiful arch ever built in the world. It's now illegal to carry butter and eggs or cry butter and eggs. I don't know. The movie poster for Chud was awesome. A Chud was coming out of the toilet. A former U.S. service member and counterintelligence agent who was indicted by a federal grand jury in the District of Columbia February 2019 on charges of espionage, transmitting national defense information to the Iranian government. A former active duty Air Force intelligence specialist and special agent for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations, served in the military from 1997 to 2008 before working as a U.S. government contractor until 2010, according to a news release. The 47-year-old's military service and contracting employment provided her access to secret and top secret information relating to foreign intelligence and counterintelligence, including the true names of U.S. intelligence community undercover personnel. Cry equals fry, maybe. Where was that at? It's now, oh, it's illegal to fry butter and eggs, maybe. Hey, what's up, Wheezy Bob? No notification. Yes, I agree. Linky Wiz says, I agree. Make the arch beautiful. Look, it's Bob. Yes, it is. Wheezy Bob. I'm sorry to hear that, but Wheezy Bob, just so you know, my shows are going to be like 7, 8 o'clock every night, except for on Thursdays. On Thursdays, I do a Theory Thursday on a channel called BTM Reviews. And then I do a show with Joe. So that show is usually about 10, 10:30. Thursdays, the only day it'll be a late show. Other than that, it's going to be like 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock every night. That way, if we get the bonus hours, we don't go all night long. We go, if we go, like I started at 8 tonight. So, we got like another hour or so to go. And then if we go another hour, we'll be, 10:30. If we go to like 2, 3 in the morning, it's going to be some serious hours. This bee needs capture, rendition to a black site, sweater for every scrap of intel. Yes. But pretty much every night, 7, 8 o'clock, you should just look at my channel and it should pop up. Yay, Ari, Tina Peters, been at work, so hadn't heard. Yep. Yeah, she's getting out June 1st. Cindy, she will get out of prison June 1st, so not yet knowing these commies will put her back in solitary until then. Yeah, probably something crazy. They'll try to do something. Waiting for Bella to rotate. Oh, well, she can. She can do it. She can do it. There she goes. See? She's going to jump again. Very exciting about Tina. Very exciting about Tina Peters. You and Sin should have a day without the leader of the following. What do you mean, like me and Cynic together? Cynic likes the Cynic show is pretty much just covering this one guy, and I don't find it that entertaining, in all honesty. Constant on one guy, just every day, same guy talking about the same guy. They have 15 days to do her harm. Yes. So officials allege in 2013 she defected and provided information to the country's government, placing sensitive, classified U.S. intelligence, national defense information, and programs at risk. Oh. The founders of this country would be sick at what this country is doing with our taxes and Congress in general. Oh, you bet they would. Other than gifts and memberships, how is your show monetized? I see no ads, and not that I'm complaining about it. I have, that's it. I have PayPal, Cash App, Coffee, Ko-Fi, that's about it. And is that Cynic's crush? Is he a fanboy? I don't know, Charles. I don't know. I was 36 when I had Matthew. Oh, sorry. I don't want to read that. Sorry about that. That was for someone else. So this is the traitor. She allegedly intentionally provided information endangering U.S. personnel and their families stationed abroad, conducted research on behalf of the Iranian regime to allow them to target her former colleagues in the U.S. government. Oh, she got to go. She got to go. The FBI said Witt's defection to Iran benefited the IRGC, which has elements responsible for intelligence collection, unconventional warfare, and providing direct support to multiple terrorist organizations targeting U.S. citizens and interests. Well, that's her. While Witt has been indicted for her alleged crimes, she remains at large. She is known to speak Farsi and reside in Iran. She may be using aliases including Fatima Zahra or Nargez Witt. The FBI said it's continuing to actively work to find Witt and bring her to justice. Monica Witt allegedly betrayed her oath to the Constitution more than a decade ago by defecting to Iran and providing the Iranian regime national defense information, and likely continues to support their nefarious activities. The FBI has not forgotten and believes that during this critical moment in Iran's history, there is someone who knows something about her whereabouts. The FBI wants to hear from you so you can help us apprehend her and bring her to justice. I mean, what are they going to go in and snatch her if they find her? Anyone with information about Witt's asked to contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Tips can also be shared with local FBI offices or the nearest American embassy or consulate, or submitted via tips.fbi.gov. Wasn't Fatima or Fatima the name of a famous spy. Is it Fatima or Fatima? I don't know. Same thing from the Post. It says FBI offers $200,000 reward. OIN says FBI offers $200,000 reward for U.S. agent charged with espionage for Iran. Epoch Times, FBI offers $200,000 reward. Just the News, FBI offered $200,000 reward for former Air Force specialist accused of passing secrets to Iran. We got the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, warns Cuba can no longer be a safe haven for adversaries. While he was down in Havana making deals. King said him and his girl plan. Okay, never mind. As much as I want her grilled, seeing pics of a noose cinched around her snap neck could be sweet. Yeah. Seems they have all forgotten about Biden, Comey, and Obama. Yeah. I guess by doing one thing at a time and never finishing anything, they can postpone things forever. Makes sense, right? That's how they could do it. Wow. Wow, folks. Director Ratcliffe warned Cuban officials the communist island can no longer be a safe haven for adversaries. Examples of Cuba being a safe include operational Chinese spy base, potential military training facilities, as well as coordination with Russia, and the spreading the mysterious illness affecting U.S. diplomats known as Havana syndrome. Ratcliffe met with Raulito Castro. The CIA boss stressed during discussions that President Trump would prefer to improve relations with Cuba. Didn't Ratcliffe just raid Tulsi? I'm seeing two completely different stories of that. So I don't know. Like, that was reported, but then it was walked back, from what I understand, that Tulsi came out and said, nobody took anything from me. I mean, Tulsi is actually a cabinet officer that's above, like, the CIA. She's in charge of all the intelligence agencies. So how could that'd be like if you worked at a gas station and and then you went into the manager's office and raided stuff from the manager's office? I mean, it's like, what are you doing? Wow. The meeting took place against a backdrop of complex bilateral relations. Yeah, so. They need help, President Trump said. You're talking about a declining country. They're really a nation or country in decline, so we're going to see. So Marco Rubio held a private meeting with Rodriguez Castro on the sidelines of a gathering in the Caribbean heads of government in the island of St. Kitts. Decision rests with the Cuban regime to accept or offer of assistance or deny critical life-saving aid and ultimately be accountable to the Cuban people for standing in the way of critical assistance. That's what they're offering assistance. They're saying, hey, come over to don't go to the dark side. Luke, I am your Faja. Don't go to the dark side. And we'll have to see if they actually accept the help. If they'll accept the helping hand that we're reaching out to them, telling them, come over here. Come with us. We'll help you. You're right here. You're our neighbor. You're our neighbor. Let us help you. Okay, let's do this. All right, check this out. All right. What do you make of Trump's comments on Iranian uranium? Do you think we'll remove it through a deal militarily or ensure it's buried? I think we'll go get it. eventually, one way or the other, we're going to get it. Cubans are at an all-time high in Miami. All I hear from the administration is Cuba is next and nothing else. Yeah. Well, what do you think, Joe, if they indict Castro, Raul Castro? And like, is this part of like some kind of deal? Like the Cuban government's going to, like the new people are going to be like, basically try to wash their hands of communism and stuff and come over to, the U.S. is sphere of influence. You think that could happen? That's why they're going to basically give up Castro, maybe Raul, because he was the one who ordered those planes to get shot down. So Governor DeSantis just had ghetto rep Angie Dixon arrested after she did an illegal sit-in at his office because of the 2026 Florida House map. She melted down and FAFO'd. Florida is the best. DeSantis plays no games. This is the same rep who stormed the House aisle with a bullhorn. Leftist psychos endlessly lose in our state. Yes, they do. Cuba, our 51st state. I don't think so. Indictment is nothing but will make the Cubans in Florida to want to see Raul next to Maduro. Well, that's what I'm saying. That might happen. I mean, they did shoot down 2 Cessnas that were in international waters, international airspace. Now, this is the crazy lady.
The building's closed. No one's allowed in the building. You cannot be here. You can be out there. You can't be in here.
Representative Persons Mullica has waived close. The question now recurs on final passage of HB 1D.
To have that conversation.
What would you tell him?
What I would tell him is that he needs to call another special session to unrig the maps and do what the voters voted for back in 2010, which is fair districts.
You're a lawmaker, so you have special rights and privileges to be inside this building. I think probably after hours. What do you think happens next here? When
I don't know. I'm not supposed to be in the governor's office after hours, I don't think. So we'll see what happens. But I'm going to be here. I don't know for how long, but it's going to be a while. I'm not giving up easily. I just really want, I want them to change.
The building's closed.
Okay, so that's what's going on there. Now this would be a message to all demon rats. Don't move to Florida. Welcome to F Around, Find Out. Exit 1 mile ahead. Enjoy your stay. Rick Ducamalta, good guy. Good guy. Yes, good guy. All right, and then so the Supreme Court just laughs at Virginia demon rats out of the room. The 10-1 map stays struck down. Dems have lost the case. They just got pummeled by both SCOTUS and the Virginia Supreme Court. The map will remain as is.
Tonight, Virginia Democratic leaders are going to the U.S. Supreme Court to try to overturn a state ruling striking down their new gerrymandered congressional map. The 4-3 decision at the Virginia Supreme Court found that the Democratic-controlled legislature violated the Commonwealth's Constitution by not following clear and simple rules for a public vote on a constitutional amendment. It's unclear tonight whether the Supreme Court will even take up the case. The Supreme Court has vacated tonight, Virginia Democrats.
Here's the thing. It says the order pending Friday the 15th. This was today. In the case, the application for a stay presented to Chief Justice and by him referred to the court is denied. 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 We already saw this one. This was that person. A man in Charlotte, North Carolina walks into the Food Lion grocery store with a suitcase, fills it with stolen meat. The last time I've heard the word Sergeant at Arms, liberal use of nightsticks permitted. Yes, wood shampoo all around. It's all good. I was just more or less joking. No problem. Be plenty of room when we get all these illegals invading mooches out of our beautiful country. Yes, there'll be tons of room. Tons of room when we get them all out. So the last time the Food Lion, I heard the words Food Lion was when I was watching Animal House, the movie. Remember? And then they're looting the Food Lion. Remember? Stolen meat valor. Yeah, that's what it is. There's so many undocumented Cubans in Florida now. They came in for so long just touching the beach. No, they're not. I think they're documented once they come in. San Antonio's giving Minnesota a spanking. Good, good. This guy comes into the Food Lion with a suitcase, fills it with stolen meat, and rolls it out the door. His name's James Stafford. He's been arrested 15 times with over 40 plus charges. He spent 3 hours of pulling every case file and discovering that he's been let on a bond every single time. Every single time. Food Lion, bleaching meat. Yeah. Put him back on the raft. Well, here's the thing. I wonder if Cuba got free. If Cuba was freed and had like a free, open society with like democratic elections and all this stuff and like, you know, a constitution, if the people, how many Cubans would go back? You know, if it had, you know, if it had like elections and it was it could be a very stable, good, prosperous country that would have a lot of tourism and other things. And I don't know, man. Wet foot, dry foot him. Yeah. The only grocery store we have in the small town, save in Aldi's in the Wally World. That's the only one. Wet foot, dry foot. But yeah, I know. That's the policy. I don't know. Is that still a thing? Wet foot, dry foot. Like if they're on water, we don't bring them. We take them somewhere else. We don't bring them into the U.S. If they're on land, once they touch land, we bring them in. He's currently out on bond right now for 4 larceny charges. He's already picked up this year alone. We don't have to live like this. Crime Stoppers, Bojangles.
That's right, a suitcase. Look, in this surveillance clip, you can see that suitcase in his shopping cart. Police say he puts the meat in the suitcase, then simply wheels the suitcase out of the store without paying.
As an officer, when you see something like this, you see somebody who knows what they're doing. You know, he's got a suitcase parked on an aisle. He's going back and forth, picking and choosing exactly what he wants.
Is there a possibility this person is selling the items that are stolen?
I would say it's always a possibility that these suspects are stealing these items, reselling them, and or keeping them for themselves. You know, we don't particularly know in this instance.
Phillips says Stafford has even been banned from Food Lion stores, but keeps returning. Jail records show he's been arrested multiple times in Mecklenburg County. Detective Phillips and her colleagues are now trying to find him and charge him again. Is it frustrating for investigators when they think that people are committing crimes after they've already been charged with a number of crimes?
Right. So it's very frustrating for officers and investigators because we're doing the work, we are identifying these people, and we're charging them, and we want those charges to stick. We want them to pay the consequences for the crimes they're committing.
If you have any information about this man, please call Crime Stoppers. The number to dial is 704-334-1600. You do not need to give your name when you call in, and you could receive a cash reward if you have information that...
Why do you need to call Crime Stoppers? You guys know who he is. You know who he is. Cuba free. We could get some great cars back. What does Cuba have for making money except tourism? Well, tourism would be a big thing. They also have vast sugarcane plantations. They used to anyway. I don't know if they got rid of them all. We could buy, get sugar from them. The Cuban cigar industry was great at one time where they growed a lot of tobacco. I think they also used to produce. I think didn't Ron Rico rum come from Cuba and then moved somewhere else? Wasn't rum big in Cuba? I mean, there's tons of things they could do there. I mean, don't write off tourism. Tourism could be a huge boon. American tourism. Yeah, what silly people? A suitcase in a store. It's crazy. Wet foot, dry foot, a Clinton special for Cubans. The wet foot, dry foot policy was a U.S. immigration interpretation 95 to 2017 of the Cuban Adjustment Act that treated Cuban migrants differently depending on where they were intercepted. It puts the meat in the suitcase or it gets the hose again. Yes. Stuff him in a suitcase. How do we let him fill in? They should stop him at the first thing he puts in the bag. Judges keep letting him out. That's right. Barbecue in the streets. We could turn Cuba into a huge casino. Well, that's the thing. There was all types of casinos and resorts there. There is a bunch of money that, like, all the stuff was owned by Americans that they confiscated. So, vice president without a record. So the DA and the court can release them. Those caught at sea wet foot were typically returned, while those who reached U.S. soil dry foot were generally allowed to stay and later applied for permanent residence. The policy began under Bill Clinton. Yeah. Cigars are a good business there. Yeah. Imagine a tsunami or a hurricane or earthquake, a tornado hitting at the same time. That's Cuba. And that's the financial help they will need. Cuban antique cars. Charlotte has gone downhill. Lefty politicians and judges will destroy every city. Cattle. I don't know. Cubans are sitting on millions in classic cars and spare parts for those who want them. Goats are delicious. UBI wrecked the economy. No one wants to work. Why is the rum gone? Well, I think that they like the person who owned the rum, like they saw it coming. The guy who owned the rum. I want to say I think it was Ron Rico rum. I think it was Ron Rico. I'm not 100% sure if I'm correct about that. Or maybe it's what's the other rum? Bacardi. Maybe it's Bacardi that was there. It wasn't Ron. It was either Ron Rico or Bacardi was there, and it was a family, and they ended up like getting out and moved operations to somewhere else. The Clinton administration and was ended by President Obama. Cubans are now subject to the same removal and asylum rules as nationals from other countries. Don't they have some great rum? I hate goats, Ken. Don't like the milk meat or the milk. Though the Cuban Adjustment Act remains itself. Terrorism in the Caribbean belongs to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. Let's ask AI. I don't want to ask AI. Sorry. Bacardi moved to Puerto Rico when Castro came in. Okay. I knew someone moved. Cuba's economy relies on several major exports. The top 5 were cigars and cigarettes, zinc ores and concentrates, nickel matte and oxide sinters, alcoholic beverages, especially rum and wood charcoal. Okay. And the garbage island. Benadryl's my best friend. I wasn't to go on a rum tour, or was it I wanted to go on a rum tour, maybe? Cincinnati career criminal has been arrested 15 times with over 40 charges. Soft on crime calls keep letting him right back out. It's crazy. Republicans are now flooding the voicemails of the Minnesota Speaker of the House demanding the expulsion of State Rep Aisha Gomez after she told a Republican colleague to shoot himself following the failures of a Democrat-led gun control bill. Here's the number. This is crazy. This lady does this. These are people that are like, oh, yeah, look at her.
Whoa.
Yes, that is her weight. Good night, Egg.
We're talking. Okay.
Wow. That's crazy. Oh, here. Check this out. After ending all cooperation with ICE and cementing Virginia's sanctuary laws to harbor dangerous illegal MS-13 gangbangers, rapists, and pedophiles, Governor Abigail Scumbooger has now banned assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. This is Democrat tyranny. Kool-Aid hair means beware. Yes. They were more upset he called her a cow than telling him to puke himself. Yeah. Hair dye is always a bad sign. Scumbooger passed, trying to take guns away.
The law makes it a Class 1 misdemeanor to make, sell, buy, import, or transfer an assault firearm. The ban does not apply to certain weapons, including antique firearms or firearms that have been rendered permanently inoperable. Governor Spanberger said she signed the bill, quote, to protect families and support the law enforcement officers who work every day to keep our communities safe, end quote. The National Rifle Association plans to fight the ruling in court.
Yeah, you know who else is fighting it? The DOJ, United States Department of Justice. Oh, look, we got it here. We got a raid. It says Knights of Melvin raided the stream. Thank you, Knights of Melvin. Thank you so much for being here. That's awesome. What is an assault firearm? I don't know. Yeah. My firearms only identify as friendly, never assault. That's right. Yes, thank you, King Chris. Thank you. Knights of Melvin Rays. Thank you, Bana Shills. Thank you. Attorney General Dillon is suing and it will be struck down. The sheer stupidity of Scumbooger to even attempt this after the recent SCOTUS ruling is beyond belief. Yeah, just let's call them. If you make our guns illegal, we'll just call them undocumented. That's what we'll do. Yeah, this is the Senate parliamentarian. We saw that. Oh, here, check this out. So we have a Cook County chief judge says releasing a 5-time felon with 4 pending felony cases was not a mistake. Oh, crap. I forgot. Instagram was going to end. I didn't get to say goodbye to them. Oh, well, goodbye, Instagram. I totally forgot at 4 hours. We hit 4 hours. So, your firearms were lost in a tragic boat accident. It's terrible. Hey, Star Wars Marvel Purist, thanks for being here. Gun boner. Yeah. Thank you for raiding the stream. So this guy released him. How do you predict when another human being is going to do? So you got some guy, a 5-time felon with 4 pending cases. Wasn't a mistake, because how do you know what they're going to do? How do you know they're going to commit another crime? Your peeps. That's right. These are my peeps. Not Crook County again. Oh, yeah, Crook County. 4 hours goes by so fast. It does. We do have a little bit of time left on the goal. We got 21 minutes left on the goal. We'll see if we hit it. We still got, we're $95 away. Wow, I didn't realize we were that far away. Do assault rifles yell offensive slurs at the holder really loud when you pull the trigger? I think so. I think that's how it works. This guy says, start with the obvious. He has a criminal history. This fucking clown. Look at him. All the judges in Crook County need to be investigated for corruption and kickbacks. There was 2 major corruption things in Chicago, Cook County judges, that happened in the 80s and 90s. One of them was called Operation Greylord, where there was judges just taking bribes and shit. And there was another one, I can't remember the name of it, but Greylord was a huge one, where they went after all the judges that were taking payoffs and stuff. It was huge. Releasing suspected cop killer on an ankle monitor wasn't a mistake, the top judge says. Yeah. Decision to release a 5-time felon with 4 pending felony cases, including 2 violent robberies, on electronic monitoring was not a mistake, Cook County's chief judge says, even though the man is now accused of going on to murder a Chicago police officer and gravely wounding the fallen officer's partner. I wouldn't call it a mistake, Judge Charles Beach told WGN. The judge made the best decision with what was in front of him, right? Unfortunately, we'll go back to the concept. How do you predict what another human being is going to do? That's what the whole purpose is. You look at their criminal history, and that's how you describe it. That's how you figure it out. That's how you know. That's how you know, peoples. That's how you know. That's how you know. Retired Riverside Police Chief Tom Weitzel had a response. How do you predict another person's actives? Start with the obvious, his criminal history. When a violent offender begs to be held in custody, you just do it. Spuds, are you related to Chuds? How are they even judges? They can't judge anything. That's just an insult rifle. Not an assault rifle, an insult rifle. Court records show Judge John Like released Alfonso Talley in December, just 8 months after Talley, while on electronic monitoring for 2 other cases, allegedly got a gun and used it to carjack a woman. This guy was on fucking electronic monitoring, and while on electronic monitoring, got a gun, carjacked a woman, and then used it again to rob a man minutes later. And so he released him again on electronic monitoring. Beach and Like have been friends for 25 years, with Like emceeing Beach's swearing in ceremony 10 days before he would release Talley on the ankle monitor. And while Beach was given Like the benefit of the doubt, the other high-profile Illinoisans have expressed disagreement with Like's decision and presumably believe releasing Talley was a mistake. Fat Slob Prickster says a judge can make this decision. That judge should have made the decision to keep this person in jail. You passed the law and talked about it, your green light law. That's what you were all happy about. You thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, that you're not going to keep people in jail anymore. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to keep people in jail anymore. That's what you said. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Illinois Comptroller Susana Mendoza. No reasonable person in breathing should think it's okay to put an armed robber carjacker on electronic monitoring and send him out there his merry way. Yeah. The electronic monitor needs a body cam accessory. Yeah, does. JB the Hut Prickster. We need a tent city like they had in Arizona to hold these criminals. Yes. However, CWB recently reported that while Crook County State's Attorney Eileen O'Neill Burke has repeatedly blasted judges who put dangerous defendants on ankle monitors, her office made no effort to have Like reverse its decision to release Talley. Record shows it seldom sought reversals in other cases. Beach told WGN that staff from his office electronic monitoring unit went out and looked for Talley at his home when his ankle monitor went dead in March. Court records show the office did not notify Like of Talley's disappearance until March 11th, more than 50 hours after it lost contact with him. Talley remained on the loose until the morning of April 25th, when prosecutors say he violently robbed a female cashier at a Northside Dollar General store, got arrested, feigned illness, and then used a secret handgun to murder John Bartholomew and wound a second officer as they guarded him at Swedish Hospital. CWB Chicago was the first to report on Tuesday that Beach's office had revealed 8% of the people on ankle monitoring program, about 244 people, most likely with pending felony charges, have gone AWOL with nobody knowing where they are. It doesn't mean they're out committing crimes necessarily. Oh, yeah. The fact that they're not abiding by their ankle monitoring, which means they go to jail, doesn't mean they're committing other crimes. They're committing a crime by not abiding by the ankle monitor. Glenn says, when I was on ankle monitor, it got wet while I was taking a bath. They called me in minutes. I had a video call with them to show them it's still on my foot and report the next morning to fix it. No one searched them. They did it. Yeah, no one searched them well. Where did they have it? Keistered? That's not the case, according to law enforcement sources. Nobody's actively looking for EM electronic monitoring escapes, and who explained most warrants for people who disappear while on monitoring are treated like failure to appear warrants. Arrest warrants issued when someone fails to show up for a court date. The warrant is placed in a nationwide law enforcement database where it will sit until the wanted person comes in contact with police sometime in the future. They just took the monitor off because they wanted to go to church. Yeah, I'm sure. Why are pigs too dirty and nasty to eat, but chickens aren't? I don't know. Ankle monitoring companies fail. Yeah. But I'm a non-violent J6er, not a murdering carjacker. So different rules, you guys. Yeah. Do they not know the meaning of monitor? I guess not. The Office of the Chief Judge took charge of most of the county's ankle monitoring programs in April 2025 under Beach's predecessor, Judge Timothy Evans, who released no information about escapees whatsoever. WGN, which is Channel 9 in Chicago, reported Wednesday that Beach now wants to hand off the political hot potato to a state-run electronic monitoring agency. They are allowed to go to church on the monitors. No, I am not a cannibalistic underground dweller. As of April 3rd, the court's monitoring program included 21 people with pending murder charges, 13 facing attempted murder, 103 charged with criminal sexual assault, 78 charged with robbery, and 16 with pending carjacking cases. Many of those, if any, were missing is unknown. The Beach's office was not able to respond to multiple requests for that information. Yeah, they were in charge of monitoring, not responding. Yes. Wow. Correct. You can do anything you want normal except take a shower. They will just stop the monitoring program rather than fix it, like no cash bail. Yeah, well, that's the thing. That's why they have the monitoring program. They set this thing up so they don't have to give people cash bail. Run to the hills. Da-da, da-da. We got this more news out of Chicago. The Chicago Savages. Walgreens is closing a Chicago location due to massive theft. Local political leaders who enable the crime are outraged. Run for your life. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Run to the hills. Yeah, it's a great song. I love Run to the Hills. I also like Aces High. Running and the devil's away. If all prison systems no longer had halal food option, would the criminal Muslim self-deport? Maybe. But some do-gooders would cry and say that it's cruel and unusual punishment or something. That's what they would say. That's what they would say. Walgreens has announced it's closing a store in the Chatham neighborhood of Chicago. They claim that the store is losing upwards of $1 million a year to theft. So the reason for closure is no mystery. They say this particular store loses more in theft than any other store. And yet, the political leaders in Chicago who allow thieves to run wild are angry at Walgreens. Yeah, you saw Maiden a couple times. Good shows, yes. I personally think that Bruce Dickinson has the greatest heavy metal voice ever. Like his voice and his range, I don't think anybody could top what he could do. Never got to see Maiden, unfortunately. They're great. Chicago mayor's approval rating is like limbo bar. How low can you go? How low can you go? Get it low. They cause this with their soft on crime policies, yet they're mad at Walgreens for closing King Diamond. Yeah. I say prove to a Supreme Court how it's cruel. Are prisons offering halal transitions for men? I don't know. Walgreens closed Chatham store after more than $1 million loss. The executives revealed the store lost more than $1 million last year, partly due to declining prescription sales, but also massive amount of store theft. Theft at this store is 16%. That's 4 times the company average. Saw Maiden 3 times in the 80s. Maiden was so loud, Glenn. Sebastian Bach of Skid Row comes close. He was trained in opera. Yeah. And Sebastian Bach's pretty good. Jeff Tate had a scary range. Just put him in a women's prison. No transition needed. The company explained they had to stop the theft. Lock boxes helped us protect the merchandise in the store. A lot of the time, those lock boxes were getting destroyed. And that's a great cost to the company. They say Walgreens was spending $400,000 a year on security guards in the store, but there was still a tax on store employees. Wow. We've had a couple of people jump across the counters because we sell liquor behind the counter, taking the liquor, cigarettes. It wears people down. Not so much the financial piece, but the endurance and day in, day out, said Lonnie Fuqua, the store's manager. It's ridiculous. It is. Guy Benson, the Washington Examiner, reports on local outrage. Walgreens is shutting a store in Chicago, upsetting residents and stirring fury among exploitive and complicit politicians. The way some local leaders tell it, the drugstore chain is actually greedy, selfish, or even criminal. I was a metal fan, but Fishbone was the best live show I ever saw. You saw King Diamond with Slayer, amazing show. He did the whole them album, Push Grandma Down the Stairs, live on stage. Pat Benatar was trained in opera as well. Cool. Halal Transitions for Men sounds like a close shave blade company. Oh, yes. The flat screen TVs had to be liberated. Yes, they were being held against their will. They just wanted to go home with people. A 16% theft rate with frequent physical attacks on employees, all despite a $400,000 per year security expenditure. Yes, it was obviously unsustainable, but Mayor Kami Johnson said the problem is Walgreens. Jim is going to fill in for Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden. No, I don't have that range at all. What about resulting prescription desert? Greta, how dare you? Perhaps they should worry about the first and foremost maintaining the rule of law. The rule of law. The rule of love. The rule of love. Bruce had 3 PhDs and flies the tour plane. That's awesome. Here's the problem for the leftist leaders in Chicago. You can't protest reality. The store is closing because of you. Walgreens is not the problem. You are. Yes. Not the problem. You are. You are the problem. You are the problem. Yes. What Greta does look like she's gained a little bit of weight. Just a little bit of weight. Just a little bit of weight. Just a little bit of weight, my friends. Just a little bit of weight. Just a little bit of weight. Just a little bit of weight, my friends. Just a little bit of weight, my friends. Hold on 1 second. Looking for something. Takes me 1 second. Democrats in Minnesota House have completely come unhinged. These are Democrats freaking out, screaming about the gun stuff. Multiple colleagues yelling at me to go shoot myself. Yeah, this guy's crazy. We saw this already. Indian man pursues him, stabs him. We saw this. This is great. This is a great thing. This is a great thing here. Greta was introduced to the Quarter Pounder Deluxe. She was introduced. It's called the Royale with cheese. Garbage Pail Greta. What's up, King? She's been eating a lot of halal sausage. Garbage Patch Greta. Is it possible to find someone to the left of Chicago mayor? Sure, Mao. Stalin. Basketball is not good. Okay. I'm sorry to hear you say that. Fresh and good. Biden judge forces release of the disgraced Fanone's full unredacted body cam. 1,000 hours of DC tried to bury for 5 years. Harlem Globetrotters are the only basketball you ever watch. The full record belongs to the public. No redaction. It's not like the best disinfection. Even the Biden appointed judge agrees. On May 1st, Superior Court judge ordered that they release 1,000 hours. No more blanket blurring of faces and voices. No more $1.5 million privacy excuses. The court held the public interest in the nationally televised convulsion outweighs any de minimis privacy claim. Seattle's a conundrum. A black man unalived a trans student who's the real victim. I saw that. They don't know what to do. They're going crazy about it. This isn't partisan theater. It's a FOIA request, primary evidence. The pandemic found nothing wrong with Michael Fanone's. Paramedics found nothing wrong with Michael Fanone 10 minutes after the op was over. And this is 10 minutes after he said he had a heart attack and later posed in the hospital bed hooked up to a bunch of machines as part of propaganda smear. Who is he? He's got Aryan Brotherhood prison tattoos, traditional shamrock, I'll take the money, spiderweb elbow neck, Dice 13, Aryan Circle 12, Aryan Brotherhood. But these fools don't owe me. Violin fiddle-like shaped bow. This thug is an Aryan Brotherhood. Yeah. This is his tattoos. Look at this. Oh, look at Pelosi with them. That's the scam.
No obvious severe injuries. Can't find any fractures. Pupils are equal. Open your mouth. All right. Dizzy at all? I'm gonna stay here and rest until you're feeling better. Thanks, buddy. Need some water to wash out the CS? No, it's fine now. All right.
So this is body cam footage.
And they only have like 4 guys there with shields now.
You say you got something in your eyes? Did they say it was hot water?
Yeah, you can feel it.
So, such a scam, such a fucking scam what they did, how they railroaded everybody. That's the guy who hid in the cabin getting drunk saying MAGA were hunting him, but he was going to take us all out. Yeah. That's the guy who tried to make out with Don Lemon on live TV. Yeah. You saw Miles Kennedy and Alter Bridge tonight. Awesome show. That's great. Amazing voice. Justice for Roseanne Boyland. Yeah, and Ashley Babbitt, definitely. Greta was on that famous yacht trip to Gaza. Really irrelevant now. Yeah. AOC was in the office building more than a block away. I think of the trauma. Yeah, she was out before anyone even did anything. Miles has a hell of a range, plays awesome guitar as well. 4 people died on January 6th, all Patriots. That's right. No cops died. No cops died. No cops died. No cops died. Not any cops died. They didn't die. They didn't die. It's all a lie. They didn't die. Badinga. no statute of limitation for murder. That's what I'm saying. Somebody needs to go after Bird. Somebody needs to go after the Bird man. First, ask yourself why they're still hiding over 44,000 hours of video. Ask why they're hiding the video. Ask. Good question. Why are they hiding the videos? Check this out. And this is the Democrats, all right? Check it out. Right here. 173 House Demon Rats vote against a resolution honoring law enforcement during National Police Week. Say what? Yes. Bird got promoted and paid for killing Ashley. Yes, he did. Yeah. As assaults on officers hit a 10-year high, only 29 Demon Rats crossed party lines to support the measure, while every Republican president voted yes. That's right. These are the scumbags. These are the scumbags. He got a 6-month vacation hiding on a military base, now runs a daycare center like his fellow Smellies. Makes me mad as fuck that Bird never missed a day of work or pay and was never investigated, much less charged. You ain't kidding, me too. Bird is a slave of the KKK. Bird? Probably. Have you considered writing a book, Glenn Croy? He was lauded as a hero. I know, it's crazy. He's not a hero. He's a scum. He's lower than scum. Lower than scum. 173 Demon Rats vote against the resolution on the House floor. How are they going to do that? How are they going to do that? That's just terrible. Just terribly. Just terribly. Check this out. A Seattle judge has ordered the media not to show the face of Joshua Kowalski's, the homeless man with 45 warrants and 28 arrests, charged with allegedly forcing a 15-year-old girl into the woods and raping her. Remember AOC's story about the cop in the ladies' room that scared her? Where's the body cam footage? Yeah, where is that body cam footage? You always wondered why Bird shot Ashley Babbitt when there was armed riot police standing just behind her and could have arrested her on the spot. It was very odd, right? Very crazy and infuriating. Yes, it's very pissed me off. Yes. One of our listeners found his Facebook page and his face. So this is the guy's face. This is him. A Seattle judge ordered media not to show the face of Kowalski in court, a homeless man with 46 warrants and 28 arrests. Because of potential issues that can come up during the trial. So the security still is unfortunately the best image we have of him to share. It's nuts. Here's the judge. There's the judge. There's the judge. Karen Donahue. No, don't show his face. He raped a 15-year-old girl. People might be mad. People might want to do something about it. They don't want that. Oh, here's this story that someone brought up earlier, which I was going to talk about anyway, but here we go. What's the big deal? He had 45 warrants. It's not like he had 46. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he is. Bird left a gun in the restroom, shot at a van leaving his neighbor's house, and couldn't pass a firearms test. Yes. The murdered trans University of Washington student who was allegedly killed by a black male suspect is identified as a white male named Michael Juniper Blessing. The media and police have been referring to him as a female and a woman. Blessing is from Santa Fe. He was found in an off-campus laundry room with over 40 stab wounds. Suspect Christopher Leahy turned himself in after photos was released by the Seattle police. Bail has been set at $10 million. Antifa, and leftist radicals responded to the murder by threatening violence against a planned Turning Point USA event featuring victim of trans medicine Chloe Cole. The event was postponed for safety reasons, prompting a celebration from Antifa. The trans collection at UW used Blessing's murder to falsely claim trans people are among the most vulnerable people to violence. Trans killers have been overrepresented in recent high-profile mass shooting events. So what do you think happened here with this? LGBTQ on LGBTQ violence. There's evidence to suggest a black male murder suspect may be queer. Read my new report about trans homicide at the University of Washington. They hate when you mention this. What ethnic group is killing the most trans people? It says black cisgender men. Wow. 229 documented cases of fatal violence against transgender women. Black transgender women comprise 78% of victims. Perpetrated identified 54% of cases. Known perpetrators are black cisgender. 75% were black cisgender men. Wow. What's this about the White House? Green siren, White House? What? Oh, okay, good. So they went after Nigeria. Breaking news. Breaking news. Tonight, at my direction, brave American forces and armed forces of Nigeria have flawlessly executed a meticulously planned and very complex mission to eliminate the most active terrorist in the world, Abu Bilal al-Malakli Minuki, second in command of ISIS. He thought he could hide in Africa. But little did he know we had sources that kept us well informed on what he was doing. Yes, rest in piss, definitely. I used to work at the University of Washington bookstore. Damn, Doc. Yeah. Bringing it in. How dare you have pattern recognition? That's racism. Well, I'm just reading the story of a lovely lady who had 3 lovely daughters of her own. And then one day she met a gay guy pretending to be a dad named Brady, who had 3 sons. And the one son screwed the mom, Carol Burr, whatever her name was. Yes. Greg did. That's what he did because it was weird. He will no longer terrorize the people of Africa or help plan operations to target Americans. With his removal, ISIS's global operation is greatly diminished. Thank you to the government of Nigeria for your partnership on this operation. God bless America. God bless the United States. Holy shit, ISIS number 2 in the world has been living in Nigeria. Odds are pretty high that if you're an ISIS leader with a name like Abu, Trump is going to take you out.
Trump comes out of the Situation Room at like midnight and just goes, Abu. Trump comes out of the Situation
Yeah. Yeah. Well, everybody, does Cuba fall soon? I think so. I think Cuba falls in the next month to 2 months. Shane Gillis is hilarious. Yes, he is. Chat is very entertaining tonight. Well, I hate that Trump sure loves getting the line, loves getting to the line of intelligence divulging. Yeah, well, he can divulge whatever he wants. He's the president, so he decides what's classified and what's not. No, that's just the way it is. What's this? What was that notification I got? I hate to the Brady Bunch song made you go potty. Oh, I'm sorry to let you know. I know. I'm sorry to say, even though we have basically 144 people still watching right now, we did not hit the goal for the extra hour. We didn't hit it, and we didn't make the 3rd hour. No, we didn't make it. We didn't even get. We got nothing. We're $95 away from the 3rd hour. We didn't even come close. So I think we went 4.5 hours. So I think that's going to be it, unfortunately. I will send you guys over to Pat Dixon's show. Yeah, okay, right on, gal. See you tomorrow. I'm going to send you guys over to Pat Dixon's show on YouTube and on Rumble over to Third Railify, and I will go on one of those shows. I haven't decided yet. So, FFS cast, yeah, they're ending soon. I can send you over there, but they're ending. They're ending. They're ending the show. They've been going longer than me. So they'll be ending really quick, so. I'll send you over to Pat Dixon's show. But I want to thank everybody who's here. Please thank everybody for being here. Please remember, hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And please come on back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news. They rated me. Who rated me? FFS Cast? Someone rated me? Oh, they did. They just rated me. Wow. All right. Well, nobody hardly came anyway, so whatever. All right. I want to thank everybody who was here. We didn't hit the goal. We got to go. Nice seeing you all. Come back tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news.